have all kinds of problems. All right, I got the background fixed. I don't know why we're night court. Let's see. All right, I think everything's situated now. I have background fixed. I have this fixed. Okay, I think we're good now. Hello, good morning. I need to show y'all something. You'll notice that Lucy has 2 beds in the condo, and she has one right in front of her window, or I say her window because that's because she likes to lay there and stare at the seagulls, and bark at the teenagers doing TikToks on the beach. But she has that one, and then she has the gray one that she usually lays in right here. But if y'all have noticed, she does not lay in her gray bed anymore. Like, I mean, she does, but not often. Do you notice that she'll lay on the rug a lot now? So, and then she's gotten the same way with the other bed too, for whatever reason. So now she's one spoiled pup because something loud is happening out there. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that is. Can y'all hear that? This is how my day is going. Let me see what that is. The loudest machine in the world is outside my condo. I have no. This has been my day. All right, I want to show y'all something. Because Lucy got a couple of new toys yesterday. Listen to all that noise. This is going to be a great day. Great day. Lucy got a couple of new toys yesterday, which you'll see in her. She's already put in her bed. Y'all can't hear all that? It is so loud right here, right now. It is insane. Okay. This is gonna be a great day. I cannot believe y'all can't hear that. It is insanely loud here right now. I guess the extra stuff I got for my mic is working. All right. So anyway, Lucy got a couple of new toys that you'll see in her bed yesterday. She got those. Those were from Jen, and I did not put those in her bed. She has already put those in her bed. And then I have to show you, last night I put her, oh my God, it is so loud. Last night I put her bed together. It is so loud I can't even think. And this, I don't know if you can see it. This is her. So it has like this. Thank you so much, Candace Hoff, for this. And thank you, Jen, for her toys. She loves them. And let me tell you, the bed has like this little piece in it that goes on the bottom of it, and it makes it like super squishy and soft. I don't know how she did it because I didn't see her do it, but I looked down and saw it, so I had to take a picture. But she somehow got herself up under there and used it to cover up like a little blanket. Is that the cutest thing you've ever seen? All I can think about is hearing things right now. It is so loud here. Oh my God. That's insane. So yeah, it's so cute. I don't even know how she got under there, but she somehow made it into a little blanket. So too cute. And then today I came over here and she's got her, oh my gosh. She's got her brand new toys in her bed. Hold on. Hold on. I can't do this. So apparently they're doing my floors and they're starting at the end, which wasn't supposed to happen until next week. And they're at the end of the hall right now, and it's this loud, and it's only going to get worse as they come down here. Okay. I'm going to see how we're going to try to watch some of the trial. We're going to see how long I can make it inside of here. I had no idea this was supposed to be starting next week, and I had made plans for next week. So we're going to start it. I will mute my my mic, and I'll see if I can hear. Jen, her other bed, the one that came, which actually worked out perfect because she won't lay in the one by the window now either. I got a note in there that I have to go pick it up. So I'm going to try to go pick it up. I guess it wouldn't fit in the box. So I have like the little slip where I have to go get it. So I'll try to do that today. It is insanely loud in here right now. All right, we're gonna this is my day. All right, first in the tail. congratulations to y'all. Congratulations to y'all. While they've got the machine off for a second, I can actually think. I want to show you this too, because y'all know how Lucy is about her flip-flops. Look at this. Look how cute the little flip-flops are. Isn't that adorable? Isn't that the cutest thing ever? Like, I am not that talented. Isn't that so cute? And I'm going to post this because and I might be ordering some more stuff too, actually, because some of this stuff is really cute. But the bed is napped. Can y'all see that? I can't tell what you can see. Nap time knits. How cute. It's like I don't know if you can see that. Super, super cute. And then I got this beautiful card that came with that from Candace Hoff. So Candace Hoff, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Candace said that Lucy deserves it because she does a great job keeping everybody calm when the trials get rough. How cute is that? So, and then they've calmed down for a moment. It's off for a moment. So thank you so much for that. And I'll tell you too, Jen, that this flip-flop, speaking of flip-flops that she loves, this flip-flop, the little Wagantino flip-flop, it slept with us last night. She had that one up in the bed with us last night. And then I came down here and she had it in her bed along with her. And she's got her other little baby over there. Her lamb chop is her favorite. And she's got that one over there too. So she's got like her little collection of some of her favorites. So too cute. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Y'all are very, very kind. And Lucy appreciates it. She is spoiled. So, but she loves it. All right. So let's get this party started. Let me pull up our favorite hot judge. Who was it? Stephanie was reading texts this morning. What text? What tell us all the dirt. What'd you see? What'd you see in the text? I want to know. All right, let's see.
CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, the matter currently on.
Oh wait, I have to do it on. I forgot. I have to do it on the different one. Get it on this. Oh, it was part of the exhibit. Okay, so we'll hear it. We'll hear it. Good, because I saw that and I was like, "Oh, I'm nosy. I want to know." All right. Let me do our little volume booster because Loud knows they don't have good volume on here. Get him, Lucy. Tell him we're busy. Leave us alone.
Was overborne by a combination of incredibly traumatic events. I lay out the specifics in the motion. There's a second issue that her Miranda waiver was not knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. And again, it's essentially the same combination of factors, but in a nutshell, at the moment, at 11:30 p.m., when she's in the Grand Wave Police Station, she's handed this Miranda waiver. Very bluntly, she has no idea what the document even is. She's told to sign it, and she signs it. Her ability to comprehend information she's been handed in written form is non-existent. I think that is not only not a stretch, but what any human being in that situation would have. That's the state of mind of any human being in that situation. She comes home at 7:15 to find her wife dead. She immediately moves her child to the neighbor. She comes back. She's embracing her child, and then the police come in. A huge number of police officers in her home. They take control of her home, and most dramatically, they order her to strip naked, walk down the hall, get new clothes on, and then they order her off to the police station, where they begin an interrogation 4 hours later at the police station. This combination of factors, essentially, I think, most realistically, put her on autopilot, where she was simply complying with the orders of a team of very experienced police officers. She had lost her own free will, and as a result, was in simply lacked the capacity to make knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of Miranda rights and to make a voluntary statement. So that's
Commonwealth.
Judge, I have to start by indicating that this is an incredibly untimely motion to suppress. Yeah, 13 years later, this is the fourth trial in this case. There has never been a motion to suppress filed. It was passed in terms of the last trials and prior counsel. If there was going to be one, if that was a decision that was made voluntarily with the defendant and a choice that there was no motion to suppress being filed. This is all on record in these prior trials in this case. As you know, this video was supposed to be played on Friday. It wasn't played on Friday because of untimely objections by the defendant at that time of redactions that they were requesting to be made. We then scrambled. We lost a complete afternoon with the jurors as a result of that untimely objection. We now lost 2 days in terms of the playing of that video. The Commonwealth has been required to call witnesses out of order of what we would normally call in this trial based on that untimely objection. We worked late last night to make all these redactions that were ordered by the court after argued by counsel. It's now prepared. It's ready to be played today. Detective Lieutenant Whitney is our witness for today. I don't know why we're arguing a motion to suppress when it's unclear what evidence we're even considering. But we're not at an argument stage on a motion to suppress. The defendant has filed an affidavit making several allegations about witnesses that have already testified in this trial. Gary Poehler, Barr Fenn, who testified yesterday, and witnesses that will come, in other words, Detective Lieutenant Whitney. But even if Your Honor was to consider some of their testimony in regards to evidence that might be admissible on a motion to suppress, in the motion to suppress hearing, the Commonwealth would have developed that testimony much more significantly now with this 2-page affidavit for the first time of claims made by the defendant, again, for the first time in 13 years. So the Commonwealth is not in a position to suddenly argue a motion to suppress. The record is not clear what evidence we're considering, what evidence is being admitted for purposes of Your Honor's consideration of this motion to suppress. I would suggest this motion is waived by the untimely nature of this particular motion. But should we be at a stage where Your Honor believes it's not waived and wants to make a ruling, I think we need to be clear about what evidence is even being considered for purposes of the motion.
Okay, so when we discussed this Friday, I asked whether the parties would be opposed to me viewing the videotape of the interview and doing that on my own time as opposed to having that played in court. That's the evidence that I considered leading up to today's hearing. An affidavit is just an affidavit. It's not something that I would consider. It's simply something that provides standing to make the argument. I'm going to consider.
Yeah, she needs to move.
I have considered them, but my decision is based on the interview itself. I have reviewed the entire video, which took place over the course of 2 days. I have also read the transcript.
There we go.
And
Zoom in.
based on that, I find the following. Although the defendant appeared emotional throughout both interviews, I do not find that this interfered with her ability to understand and give responsive answers to the questions posed by Detective Whitney. During her interview, the defendant appeared lucid, alert, and rational. I saw no indication that she was injured, under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or otherwise impaired. I found nothing coercive or deceptive about the questioning, and Trooper Whitney's tone was overall professional and conversational. I also find that Miranda warnings were properly given, and I find that the defendant understood those warnings and voluntarily waived them. Ultimately, I find no evidence that the defendant's will was overborne by the circumstances of her interview. And so I find that her statements were voluntary, and although I don't believe we discussed a Miranda issue, again, my findings incorporate that as well. Right. So the defendant's motion is denied.
better objection. Thank you.
She's mad. Lucy's mad. She's like, there are people in the hallway. You're not taking this seriously. I know. It's okay. We can't do anything about it. Go bark at seagulls.
If I may.
Yes.
The only question the Commonwealth has in terms of Your Honor's ruling is to the analysis of whether or not the defendant was in custody at the time, which is relevant to the Miranda analysis. I know that you determined essentially that even if she was in custody, she was provided Miranda and she waived her Miranda rights voluntarily. But I do think, for purposes of the record, if Your Honor is able to make a finding in terms of whether or not she was in custody and even entitled to Miranda would be appropriate.
Right. Although I found that Miranda warnings were given, and I think that's still relevant in terms of whether her statement is voluntary. I don't find that she was in custody based on the circumstances of the interview. She was not under arrest. She was not arrested before or after the interview. The setting of the interview was not such that she would have felt like she couldn't leave or choose to leave. In fact, she did at the end of the first, and that was really based, I think, on that was basically her decision. So I don't find that it was custodial. But again, even if it were custodial, I find that Miranda warnings were given and knowingly and voluntarily waived by the defendant.
Your Honor, just sure I know the answer, but the human practice instruction, I think I assume you will give that in the final.
I will give the instruction. I think if I give it, I need to give it either right before or right after the videotape. I have some instructions that I have drafted, which include that, but also include instructions about the video itself and the edits and how the jury can consider the detective's statements as opposed to how they can consider the defendant's statements. Let me just go through it.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to read through the entire, I think you're all familiar with the instruction as to voluntariness. And that includes a discussion of Miranda warnings. But again, just as to voluntariness. And then I add the following. In addition to video you are about to see and hear, in the video you are about to see and hear, only the defendant's own statements count as evidence of the facts. The police officer's statements on the video may provide context for what the defendant said, but the police statements are not evidence of any of the facts in this case. If the police want to present facts, they must take the witness stand here and testify to those facts. But if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's statements on the video are voluntary, those statements are evidence in this case for all purposes. And you may give her videotape statements as much or as little weight as you deem appropriate. Also, I have edited or redacted the video to take out statements that are not evidence. So in addition to glitches in the technology, there may be other breaks in the video, or the video may jump around here or there. You should not guess or speculate about what might have been edited out, because those things are just not relevant or appropriate for your consideration. And of course, you should not hold these edits against either party because they reflect my decisions and rulings as the judge.
That's fine. And the only note I have is we would ask that you give that before the night.
That's fine, I think. That's the way I've written it.
Great.
Yeah, the Commonwealth is fine with that instruction. The only thing I'm questioning is, Your Honor indicated in terms of the redaction statement, but something to the effect of in addition to glitches in technology.
Yeah, that's the language that's in there. If you don't think, I don't recall anything that would fall into that category. So thank you for reminding me. I meant to ask whether that was even necessary.
I would ask to be taken out. I don't think that's anything that happened here. I don't want them to infer the entire interview wasn't recorded based on that language.
Sure.
But certainly we appreciate the language regarding the redactions.
So what I would say, I would just take that language out. So it would read, I have edited or redacted the video to take out statements that are not evidence. So there may be other breaks, or there may be breaks in the video where the video may jump around here or there. You should not guess or speculate, et cetera, et cetera. Is that?
The Commonwealth is concerned with that language, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
That picture of him, that headshot that we showed yesterday. Oh my gosh, like that. Because it's hard to tell on these, like their audio or their video equipment isn't, well, their audio equipment's terrible, but their video equipment's not that great. But man, seen that picture? He's a cutie.
There was something else that we needed to address. I recall,
Anything.
because I recall the chart.
There is
It got a little wild.
a chart to which the defense objected, which I think by the time I lay an adequate foundation with Trooper Swan, his basis for admission should be clear by that point.
Okay.
There is a second chart, which is sort of a timeline compilation of both cell phone activity with surveillance photos and receipts. I'm going to ask this witness only to verify certain portions of it and then mark it for ID will be seeking to admit that through a later witness. So really, it's just the red timeline chart that you saw yesterday that's still, apparently there's some issue where the defense may object at a certain point. I'm not sure we need to address that right now.
Okay. You gave me a copy of that. That was my copy to keep, or okay, because I don't see it here. So that was
More.
okay. Good. I'm sure I have it. I didn't bring it out with
Would
me.
you like another copy now?
No, that's okay. I remember what it looks like. So we're not going to address that. We don't need to address that until we hit that point.
Well, I'm prepared to address it now.
Okay.
Certainly through a proffer of what the chart. Yes, I think it would probably streamline things to address it now.
So let me just start with Attorney Capiccio again, because just to refresh my memory as to what the objection is.
So Judge, the objection of if the foundation is laid for the timeline that the Commonwealth wants to introduce, then that's a whole different story. I don't know that we need to get into that. With the chart that has a compilation of receipts and video, I think that falls under Commonwealth versus Wadsworth, where a witness can't say essentially what's on a video, can't identify what's on a video. That compilation does that for the jury, and that would be the objection, Judge.
So isn't this evidence is essentially demonstrative? We're talking now about the chart that you provided yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is the chart in question. And what it demonstrates is how much user-initiated activity occurred on Annamarie Rintala's phone between 8 a.m. and 7:15 p.m. And it's in 15-minute increments. And during each of those increments, the length of the bar corresponds with how many actions there were, whether it was a call that was made, a text that was sent, a photo that was taken, so the person with that phone doing something actively with that phone. So there will be testimony from Trooper Swan regarding this activity. It is not, however, his testimony will not be in a visual format, and this is meant to clarify and help the jury understand the timing of what occurred on Ann's phone on the day that she died.
So to me, this sounds more like a chalk than an exhibit.
Well, we would offer it as an exhibit, Your Honor, because it is just a different form of the same data that is going to be testified to and shown to the jury already.
So how was it generated?
The
I mean,
district-
I'm sorry. So I guess my question is this. This isn't the output of some device or test that was applied to the phone.
Correct.
This is something that you created
Yes, this is
to
something-
illustrate that evidence, right?
Absolutely. This is something that the Commonwealth generated. We provided it to Trooper Swan. He examined it. He verified all of the data. He accounts for it as being a complete 100% accurate representation of the data on the phone and of his testimony that he's expected to provide. We feel as though its value as an exhibit is that it would thereby be with the jury when they deliberate. It would be an aid to them in understanding and analyzing the evidence that's already in the record, and that there's no prejudice to it being in the jury room as opposed to just simply showing it to them for a minute or so this morning and then sort of ferreting it away, and they're wondering, well, where's that chart? Why can't we see that? And on the flip side, what is the prejudice to it being an exhibit? So we think it has evidentiary value and should be a full exhibit.
Judge, it was generated by the district attorney's office, not even the witness. District attorney's office generated it because it supports their theory. To introduce it as an exhibit in some way validates their theory in a document, Judge. And I agree with the court that they may be able to use it as a chalk, but it shouldn't be entered as an exhibit.
Okay. So, and this is just my understanding of the case law, and I think it's mostly federal case law that I've looked at in the past on this issue. But typically speaking, demonstrative evidence, at least the sort that we would often refer to as a chalk, is typically not admitted unless it's by agreement. And clearly, it's not by agreement here. I'll give you an opportunity to find some case law that persuades me otherwise. But for now, I would ask you to. For now, we're going to mark it for identification. You can use it as a chalk during the testimony of the witness during your closing argument. But whether it's admitted as an exhibit and goes back with the jury during their deliberations, I'm going to table that now that I think you both understand what the question I have about it.
That's fine, right? That won't interfere at all with
Okay.
how I proceed with Trooper Swan today.
Right, okay, thank you.
And then it's second term.
Well, the second term, we're not getting to that.
You're not gonna get
It's
that.
not gonna get to
Okay. I thought the second term was gonna be addressed today, but it's not. So that's fine.
Okay, so,
And just for the record, in that the court denied the motion to suppress, can I have a standing objection to the entire statement being played?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Oh, okay.
They didn't leave us. So.
I know. Well, okay, so I guess we'll take a break, and
Thank you.
as soon as, don't go far. I expect to be here soon.
Thank you.
All right. We'll stand in recess.
Go. Is that better? Is that better? Hi. Oh, sorry. She had a little sand spur on her. She had a little sand spur on her little foot. All right, let's fast forward and get to. Oh, they got a close up on him. Hello, Judge. Hello, Judge. There we go. She had like a little sand spur on her, like on her little paw. They're like these little. It's like they're prickly. They're really bad, and they'll get stuck in her fur. And normally I can tell when they do because she'll start limping out there, so I can get them. But I guess she had one stuck in her fur or in her little paw. Poor baby. Poor baby. Oh. Poor baby. Oh, I know. No audio? Come on. I need to hear him talking to me. Is it better?
Anyone had any difficulty following any of those instructions, please raise your hand. And I see no response.
Good morning, Your Honor. May Trooper Swan resume the stand, please?
He may.
Thank you.
You want to eat it in here? Oh, sorry.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Just to be very clear, could you please state your name again?
My name is David Swan. I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And just to remind you, sir, you're still under oath yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I believe where we left off yesterday afternoon, we talked about your training and professional experience in education, correct?
That's correct.
As well as your work within the field of cell phones and other digital devices.
Correct.
Sir, in this particular case, the case that you're here to testify to today, you analyzed BlackBerry cell phones belonging to Annamarie Rintala and Cara Rintala, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And did you encounter any, did your extraction of the data from those phones play out the way you described yesterday as far as Celebrate?
Yes, certainly for the logical aspect, I believe the physical acquisition did not work on one of the phones.
Okay, when you say physical versus logical, what do you mean?
So the logical, again, as previously stated yesterday, kind of gets that low-hanging fruit, the text messages and other data fields. The physical tries to get deleted information and other types of data fields, but it's more encompassing than just the logical.
And you ran both, you ran or attempted to run both of those examinations on the phones, correct?
Correct. We were successful on one of the phones, and the other one, I don't believe it was supported, or we were unable to.
And when you say not supported, what do you mean?
That Cellbrite, due to the age of the phone, did not develop the technology to ascertain that data from a physical acquisition standpoint.
In addition to extracting data directly from the phones, did you also obtain and review, I believe you called them yesterday, call data records, CDR data?
Call detail records.
Call detail records. Okay. You did that as well?
Yes, sir.
And as well, did you conduct an actual physical examination, meaning looking into the phone yourself, scrolling through it, seeing what was in there?
Yes, we memorialized by taking photographs.
So what I'd like to do with you this morning, first thing, is to discuss the calling and texting activity between the two phones from the time frame of 8 p.m. on March 28th, 2010 through 8 a.m. on March 29th, 2010. Are you familiar with that data set, sir?
I am.
And specifically, we're talking strictly about cell phone activity from Ann's phone to Cara's phone and from Cara's phone to Ann's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And that time frame, 8 p.m. March 28th through 8 a.m. March 29th, am I correct? That would be the night before Ann died.
That is correct.
So showing you this document here. And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
And does that document contain the information, the data that we just described?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to mark this as a chalk, a demonstrative aid, and then use it with the jury.
Okay, for identification.
Yes.
LVP for ID.
Your Honor, at this point, it's my intention to publish this and use it with the witness.
Okay.
All right, sir, if you could please, just for the record, read the title of this document to the jury, please.
It's titled Cell Phone Activity Between Ann and Cara, March 28, 2010, 8 p.m. to March 29, 2010, 8 a.m.
Y'all know I love a chart.
All right, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the first activity that was seen on the phones during this time frame. And we're calling it up here. And what time was that?
You see what, Mama?
8:24 p.m.
Okay, and what happened at 8:24?
Ann calls Cara.
All right. And also in parentheses there, next to calls Cara, what are we seeing?
It reads 5:36. That's the duration of the phone call.
Okay, so a 5-minute and 36-minute phone call from Ann's phone to Cara's phone starting at 8:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The next entry, sir, at 8:31 p.m., what happened then?
Ann calls Cara for the duration of the phone call is 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Okay. Next call?
At 8:47, Ann calls Cara 40 seconds.
And at 9:07 p.m., please tell the jury what occurred at that point.
I love
At
charts.
9:07 p.m., Ann texts Cara. It reads, "We just got back, have limited time together. I've been telling you how I feel, and I send you a sad face before work, and now it bothers me you didn't tell me he just."
And does the text appear to cut off at that point?
It does.
Did text messages back in 2010 have a certain character limit to them, as far as you know?
Yes, they had a 160 character limit.
Does this text appear to have cut off around that limit?
Yes, sir.
All right. If we go to the next entry, sir, and this is at 9:09 p.m.
At 9:09, Ann texts Cara, showed up, and since you didn't, Evan, text me to rest me assured, it is becoming very clear how you feel about me, ... You should have at least called to say he showed.
And is there a response from Cara's phone shortly thereafter that?
At 9:09:28 p.m., Cara texts Ann, didn't know either, but wouldn't not visit with friend.
And sir, just to be clear, I mean, you're saying Ann texts Cara, Cara texts Ann. Is it more accurate to say, I know it's kind of shorthand, but is it more accurate to say that a text from Ann's phone went to Cara's phone and vice versa?
That is correct. I'm not sure as to who's utilizing these phones.
Okay. So after the 9:09 text back from Cara to Ann, what we see?
At 9:09:28, Ann's phone texts Cara's phone. Up, out of the blue, I'm at work at, I don't feel like this way, you are my wife. Or I don't like feeling this way, you, letter U, are, the letter R, my wife, ...
And to the point, whenever you see, sir, if there are what appear to be typos to you, if you just read it the way it is, whatever it's worth. Okay.
Yes.
And is there a follow-up text by the minute and a half later, again, from Ann to Cara?
Yes, at 9:11 p.m. Ann texts Cara in all capitals, you should have called. I feel it's not even him and I want to come home. I would never not call you. I hate the relationship we have. No one does that. No respect.
And at 9:14 and 5 seconds, is there a response from Cara's phone to Ann?
At 9:14:05 p.m., Cara's phone texts Ann's phone. okay, you being over the top and crazy for no reason. He showed up unannounced to visit. It's okay. He's my friend, period. Not doing anything wrong. Now being rude.
And at 9:14:55, another text.
Another text from Cara to Ann's phone at 9:14:55 p.m. Now being rude, texting while visiting with friend. Can you please relax? Not doing anything wrong.
And does Ann respond shortly thereafter?
At 9:16 p.m. and text Cara, you are rude. I'm going to leave. I hate how I feel. You are wrong. Enjoy your drinks. Ensure you make me out to be an ass and poor you trying to make this work.
3 minutes later, another text from Ann.
At 9:19 p.m. and text Cara, you should have called. You don't give a shit. You are rude and disrespectful. I haven't put anyone ahead of you or your feelings. We have been through a lot. You need.
And does this appear to be another text character maximum cutoff?
Correct.
And at 9:20, does the text continue?
It does. At 9:20, again, Ann text Cara to be different to me and think how you would feel if someone came over to drink and talk.
2 minutes later, does Cara reply?
Yes, at 9:22 p.m., Cara texts Ann, didn't think a friend stopping by was such a problem, especially one I've known for 9 years. It's not disrespect. It's just relaxing and chatting. That is it.
2 minutes later,
9:24, Cara texts Ann, you're blowing this way out of proportion. Please relax. I love you, but I also want to relax and visit without having to text you reassurance.
and about an hour and 25 minutes later, at 10:49 p.m.,
There is a call from Ann's phone to Cara's phone for a duration of 1 minute, 54 seconds.
and 2 minutes later,
Cara calls Ann at 10:51 p.m. Duration is 15 seconds.
now, sir, moving ahead to 11:07 p.m., what did you discover occurred at that point based on phones?
At 11:07 p.m., Ann texts Cara, I'll call you in 20 minutes when I get out of ED. I wanted to talk about the call.
In the next minute, does Cara respond to that message?
Yes, at 11:08 p.m., Cara texts Ann.
So
"Okay,
much drama.
Okay.
Just the letter K, right?
Correct.
All right, sir. Now, the next 3 entries, if I could pull those up right off the bat simultaneously, what we're seeing occur between 11:43 p.m. and 12:38 a.m. now on the early morning hours of March 29, 2010.
The first entry is at 11:43 p.m. and calls Cara. The duration of that phone call was 1 minute, 15 seconds. At 12:33 a.m., a call from Ann to Cara, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And lastly, at 12:38 a.m., Ann calls Cara, and the duration is 23 seconds.
And shortly after that last call from Ann to Cara, what do we see happening on Ann's phone?
At 11 a.m., there's a text from Ann to Cara, call me ASAP. And then at 12:20 a.m., Ann texts Cara, call your wife ASAP. And at 12:40 a.m., Ann calls Cara, and the duration is 12 seconds.
And during this time frame, no responses from Cara's phone?
Correct.
A minute later, does Ann send a text to Cara's phone?
She does at 12:41 a.m. Ann texts Cara, call me, is he still there? You never called me, now you won't answer. Real nice. 2 can play that game.
And any
Wow.
response from Cara? Or
Uh,
Cara's?
No, the next response is Ann texting Cara at 2:24 a.m. I would have liked to talk to you about my call. I just got back from the IFT TX to Bay State with my post-resuscitative PT. Thanks for caring.
And then, sir, pulling up the next 4 entries between 2:14 a.m. and 2:37 a.m. What do we see happening here?
There are 4 calls starting at 2:42. Ann calls Cara. The duration is 36 seconds. Next call at 2:36 a.m. Ann calls Cara's phone. 37 seconds duration. 2:37:09 a.m. Ann calls Cara. The duration is 39 seconds. And lastly, 2:37:56 a.m. Ann calls Cara, and the duration is 37 seconds.
Do you have any way of saying or knowing whether or not when Ann tried calling Cara 4 times during this cluster, they actually spoke?
I have no idea.
Okay, and when a person, let's say in this case, when Ann's phone is calling Cara's phone, and you see a cluster of calls all roughly the same duration, what does that tell you, if anything, about whether the call was picked up or went to voicemail?
I can't determine that. The toll records may, or the CDRs might be able
Okay.
to shed some light on it.
When a person places a call to somebody, is there a certain length of time that typically takes for a phone to connect and for the receiving phone to ring, and then the call is either terminated or voicemail left?
Correct. So there's latency from the sender's point of view of starting the conversation, dialing the number, pressing send. At that point in time, the phone company is trying to connect to that other phone. So the duration on the caller's end will be a little bit longer than what would be on the receiver's end, if the phone is answered.
Sir, from that last entry, 2:37:56 a.m. up until 8 a.m. on March 29, 2010, was that the last activity that you discovered between the two phones for this time frame we're talking about?
That is correct.
Now, sir, this data that we just reviewed on the screen here, this is all data that you extracted from the phones, as well as comparing it with call records, as well as physically examining the phones, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, sir, I'd like to show you this chart here. Are you familiar with this chart?
I am.
You hold that. And is it fair to say that the chart I've handed you is the same data we just saw in PowerPoint format, but all presented in one place in chronological order?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit this as the next exhibit, please.
Same objection, Judge.
Okay. Can I see that party sidebar?
Look at Lucy's. She's in her new bed, but look at her. She's laying on her little toy. She's got her little fanny on her on her toy. Hi. She's so cute. I love her. All right, let's. They do a long sidebar.
You may.
There we go.
Do for ID.
Yeah, super dysfunctional. Like you can tell, like this is like toxic on both ends.
Add a moment, please, to consult my colleague.
You may. Take your time.
Phone calls from Ann.
Oops, went a little too far. Oh, I forgot I had my little.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
There we go.
Sir, with respect to this cluster of short duration phone calls from Ann's phone to Cara's phone, am I correct that when you examined Cara's phone, you did not find any corresponding voicemails left by Ann?
That is correct.
Okay, sir, what I'd like to do now, if we could hold that chalk down, that demonstrative aid down.
Oh, Siri.
Siri.
I was like, who is that? What is that? It was Siri.
All right, sir. If we could shift now to a different time frame, and that being
I keep thinking sirens are
8
coming
a.m.
at my house.
March 29th, 2010, through 8:15 p.m., March 29th, 2010. So 8 a.m. in the morning to 8:15 at night, the day Ann died. Are you familiar with that set of data, sir?
I am.
And during that time frame, were you able to extract and recover similar type of activity on both Ann and Cara's phones?
Yes.
And am I correct that this next set of data we're going to walk through isn't limited to just Ann to Cara, Cara to Ann? It's all activity on each of their phones during that 12-hour and 15-minute span.
That is correct.
And sir, showing you this document, which we're about to walk through, you recognize this?
I do.
And does this document fairly and accurately represent and contain the data that you extracted from the phones, toll records, physical examination of the phones for this time frame?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I could mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
R for ID.
I have both. I have Siri on my phone and I have the other one. I can't say her name because she's super sensitive.
Okay, sir,
on my
starting
desk.
with the first entry during this time frame, which I believe was at 8:08 a.m., could you please tell me what activity you saw on either of the two phones?
At 8:08 a.m. on March 29th, 2010, and calls Mark Olisek for a duration of 31 seconds.
And just to be clear, sir, am I right that when you, I believe you said yesterday that when you extract data or go into a phone, you can see contact lists, correct?
That is correct.
And in contact lists, are there names associated with certain phone numbers?
Yes.
And is that how you know that the call that Ann placed at 8:08 a.m. was to Mark Olisek?
I don't recall whether or not she had him as a contact or just dialed his number, but we were able to determine that phone number, whatever it was associated with Mark Olisek.
Okay. And then the next entry, sir, at 8:14 a.m., what did you discover Ann's phone did?
Ann receives a text message from Olisek at 8:14 a.m. It reads, "I just woke up, can't talk on the phone. I'm home today, but at FD, fire department, tomorrow. I'm going to therapy at 10. I can call you then, but I know Cara's home, so call me, Tom. I love you."
And you understand Tom to be a shorthand for tomorrow?
Objection.
Overruled.
I do.
4 minutes later, sir, in response to receiving a text from Mr. Olisek, what does Ann do?
At 8:18, Ann texts Olisek. It reads, "Call me when you can. I'll hold the phone with me," or W me.
And does Mr. Olisek respond about a minute later?
Indeed, at 8:19 a.m., Ann receives a text from Olisek. It reads, "Is something wrong?"
And does he reply a minute later?
He does. At 8:20, Ann texts Olisek. It reads, "No, just chat."
And does he then respond a minute later to that?
Ann receives a text at 8:21 from Olisek. It reads, "I will call at 9:30.
And on the heels of that, same minute,
At 8:21, Ann texts Olisek, the letter K.
about 6
Okay.
minutes later, at 8:27
It's the boyfriend.
Ann asks Mr. Olisek a question.
She does at 8:27 and texts Olisek. It reads, "Can you skip therapy?"
Does he respond to that?
At 8:56 a.m., Ann receives a text from Olisek. It reads, "No, I'll call you in a bit."
And does he respond a minute later?
He does at 8:57 and texts Olisek, and she replies the letter K.
Shortly after 9 a.m., what was the next
Hi,
entry you
Regina.
saw on Ann's phone?
There was a MMS message, which is a multimedia service. So it was a text message with a picture from Ann's phone to her mom and dad at 9:05 a.m. And so there was a picture attached to it, and there was a message along with it that read, "The Easter
What?
Bunny was spotted at the Holyoke Mall yesterday."
I would just like to point out that Easter Bunny was it yesterday? Was it yesterday that we had our poll on who would be found first? Aliens, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, or the Easter Bunny? It was the Easter Bunny. Who voted Easter Bunny? Who
Now,
voted
about
Easter
12
Bunny?
minutes later, does Ann's phone receive a call from the person in her contact list known as mom?
Yes, at 9:17.
You can't make that
Ann
up.
received a call from mom. The duration is 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
Easter Bunny wins.
Now at 9:34 a.m., what happens next?
Ann receives a call from Olisek. The duration is 13 seconds.
And you said, sir, earlier that the amount of time it takes for a call to connect to the network, ring, the call, the phone that they're calling can take what range of time?
Depending on how strong your service is or the signal, it could take a second. It could take a few seconds. It could take a little bit longer than that.
Okay.
It's tough to quantify.
Now, sir, the next, actually, all of the entries on this next page, we can pull all those up. Walk us through what we're seeing here.
There are 5 calls from Ann to Mark Olasek, beginning at 9:37. The first one is 17 seconds in duration. Again, at 9:37, another call from Ann to Olasek, 17 seconds. At 9:38, another call to Olasek, 17 seconds. 9:38, calls Olasek again, 12 seconds. And lastly, at 9:39 a.m., a call to Olasek for the duration of 10 seconds.
Now, sir, given how close in time all of these calls were and the duration of the calls, and based upon your training experience in examining cell phone data, are these consistent to you with missed calls or conversations?
Told y'all.
It's likely that she's trying to call and
Sustained.
Well, sir, let me not ask you what it's likely someone may have been doing, but just based upon this data, based upon the duration of the calls, the cluster in time, based upon your testimony about how long it takes phones to connect from one to the other, based upon your training experience, is this consistent with attempted calls or conversations?
attempted calls.
Thank you. Sir, the next entry, similar time frame, 9:39 a.m. What do you see on Ann's phone?
At 9:39, Ann calls Dad for 7-second duration.
And is there a corresponding call in from her dad shortly thereafter?
At 9:08 a.m., Ann receives a call from her dad for the duration of 15 seconds.
Okay. Now at 9:40 and 34 seconds, what do we see happening?
Ann texts Olasek. It reads, call ASAP.
And within seconds, am I right that Ann then places a call to Mr. Olasek?
Correct. At 9:45, there's a call placed from Ann to Olasek for the duration of 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Now, about 9 minutes later or so, at the end of that phone call with Mr. Olasek, do we now see some activity from Cara's phone to Ann's phone?
Correct.
And what happened at 9:49 and 16 seconds?
Cara calls Ann, and the duration is 38 seconds.
So, sir, on this the bottom of this chart here, this page, this is an activity that's going from Cara's phone, a call being placed to Ann's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the direction of the activity. And am I right that instead of on this chart simply putting an entry on Ann's side saying receives call from Ann, the activity is listed on Cara's side of the phone because she's the one doing something with her phone?
Correct.
Okay, so this arrow here doesn't mean Ann was doing something to Cara's phone. It just basically means see the other column.
That is correct.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you. After that brief call from Cara's phone to Ann's phone, what do we see next?
At 9:50 a.m., Cara receives a call from Ludlow Fire. The duration is 8 seconds.
And after that, what happens?
At 9:50, Cara calls Ann. The duration is 7 seconds.
And around that same time, what does Ann do with her phone?
Ann calls Olasek. The duration is 4 minutes, 56 seconds at 9:50 a.m.
And during that same time frame, sir, during this 4 minute and 56-second phone call from Ann to Mr. Olasek, does Cara do something with respect to Ann?
Cara texts Ann at 9:51. It read, got it, call back.
Now, sir, bottom of this page, the last two entries. What are we seeing here?
There's a call from Ann to Cara with the 0 duration. And at 9:59 a.m., Ann calls Cara, and the duration of the call is 35 seconds.
And then a short while later at 10:03 a.m., does Ann try to call Cara yet again?
Jackson has to try, Judge.
Well, let me rephrase the question, if I may.
You may.
Sir, what happens at 10:03 a.m.?
Ann's phone calls Cara's phone for 56 seconds at 10:03 a.m.
Sir, next entry, about 26 minutes later or so, what activity did you see on Cara's phone?
At 10:29, Cara calls Charity. The duration is 1 minute and 55 seconds.
And was Charity a contact listed in her phone?
I believe so.
And about 5 minutes later, sir, what do we see happening on Ann's side of the chart?
At 10:34 a.m., Ann calls Aunt Nancy, and the duration is 29 seconds.
And does she around the same time receive a text message from Mr. Olszak?
She does at the same time of 10:34 a.m. and receives a text message from Olszak that reads, "Call me."
And in response to that, what does she do?
And calls Olszak at 10:36 a.m. and the duration of that call was 40 seconds.
So she's blowing up
Shortly after
Cara
that
and her
call with Mr. Olszak,
side piece.
what happened with Ann's phone?
At 10:37 a.m. Ann has a missed call from Dad.
The length of it? I'm sorry, there's no length list, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at 10:39, now there's a duration for this call, correct?
Correct.
And what is this entry?
At 10:39, Ann calls Dad, and the duration is 1 minute 40 seconds.
Shortly after that call with her dad, what does Ann do?
At 10:40 a.m., Ann calls star 611, which is Verizon's customer support, and the duration is 15 minutes and 25 seconds.
So she's on the phone with Verizon for some period of time.
15 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay. So after the call with her dad, she calls Verizon for about 15 minutes, and then what happens at 10:56 a.m.?
Ann calls Dad, and the duration of that call is 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
All right, sir. Now moving along, I believe the next entry we see is 11:02 a.m. Correct?
That's correct.
And what happened on Ann's phone at that time?
Ann texts Aunt Nancy at 11:02 a.m. Hey, sleepyhead, pouring rain here. They say 6 inches of rain over 3 days with heavy flooding, 80 by Saturday, smiley face, really nice for Easter. UPS has a delivery for you today.
And at 11:03 a.m., another text to her Aunt Nancy.
Ann texts Aunt Nancy at 11:03 a.m. Also, Precious was insane. I thank God Brianna came to us.
And a minute after that, who is she texting?
Ann texts Olszak at 11:04 a.m. Can you please go Saturday at 6 a for me? I will get there about 8:25 a with a coffee and a big kiss for and a big kiss and your Easter prize.
Does Mr. Olszak respond to that shortly thereafter?
At 11:05, Ann receives a text from Olszak. It reads, Easter prize, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
And then 2 minutes later, does Ann text Mr. Olszak back?
Yes, at 11:07, it reads, yes, it's not too much, but thoughtful. And best of all, I made it. I want you to put it in your home, so come up with a story you want to raffle.
At 11:11 a.m., does Mr. Olszak text a question to Ann?
Wow.
Yes, it reads, how big, oh, a kiss?
And does Ann respond a minute later?
Yes, at 11:12, Ann texts Olszak. It reads, the earlier you wait, the bigger.
And what does he say a minute later back to Ann?
In a text message at 11:13, it reads, I don't know, but I'll try. But, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'll try, but I can't promise anything.
Does Ann then text Mr. Olszak back at 11:15 a.m.?
Yes, it reads, you always promise, M. I promise a big kiss.
Does he respond about 7 minutes later?
Yes, at 11:22, Ann receives a text from Olszak. It reads, I'll try to make up something, but I don't want to be suspicious. Also, I'm coming over Friday night. How about that?
Wow. Wow.
And the next entry, sir, chronologically is what?
Ann receives a text from Olszak. If I can, it's going to be a big, long kiss because I love you.
That's from Mr. Olszak to Ann, all right?
Correct.
At 11:29 a.m., how does Ann's phone reply to that last text from Mr. Olszak?
She texts back a smiley face.
And then the next minute, is there a more substantive response?
At 11:30 a.m., Ann texts Olszak. It reads, sat kiss, so I can't bail on me. I need insurance.
The next two entries on Ann's phone both occur at 11:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And what did Ann's phone do at that time?
It took 2 pictures of Brianna.
And do you understand from this case that Brianna was her young daughter?
Yes.
6 minutes later, what happens?
Ann receives a text from Olszak at 11:36 a.m. I'm coming over Friday night at 8. Okay.
And does Ann respond to that about a minute later?
Yes, at 11:37 a.m. and texts Olisek. It reads, no, because no, because then you won't wait Saturday or Sat. You can come over next Friday or Sat after the wait. Smiling face.
Does Mr. Olczak respond almost immediately?
Yes, Ann receives a text from Olisek. It reads, Cara isn't working next Friday night. That's why I'm coming this Friday. I will try, but it's going to be real hard. I'm home. Call me when you leave AMR, Tom, or tomorrow. Love you.
And at 11:43 a.m., does Ann respond to Mr. Olczak?
He does by text with the letter K.
Now, a couple minutes later, does she receive a text back from Mr. Olczak?
At 11:46, she receives a text from Olisek that reads, keep your phone on you today. I may call you later.
And does Ann respond 3 minutes later?
At 11:49, she responds to the text with the letter K.
Sir, the next activity on Ann's phone occurred at what time?
12:21 p.m.
What did she do at that time?
Ann called Aunt Nancy, and the duration of that call was 32 seconds.
Sir, in terms of actions that were taken with Ann's phone, in terms of placing calls, sending texts, taking pictures, the user of that phone proactively doing something. It's 12:21 p.m. the last user-initiated activity on Ann's phone that day.
Yes.
Sir, what's the next activity that occurs on either of the two phones?
The next activity is at 1:27 p.m. It's a missed call to Cara's phone from the area code, or from the phone number 603-437-3472.
Now, at 1:53 p.m., did something happen with respect to Ann's phone?
Ann receives a text at 1:53 p.m. from Olisek. This text message was unread. It reads, my sis just called. She had CA, cancer. I'm real sick.
What's the basis?
Does he know what CA means?
Okay. I'm going to overrule that, but if you could lay some foundation for that response as to that part of the answer.
Actually, sir, let me just rephrase. Let me just have you read the text message as it appears from the phone, word for word.
The text message reads, my sis just called. She has CA. I'm real sad.
And you said this text went unread, correct?
That is correct.
Were any other text messages that Ann's phone received from Mark Olczak on this day, were any of the other ones unread, or were they all read?
I believe they were read.
Is there any responsive text? Does Ann text back to Mr. Olczak after this 1:53 unread text?
No.
What's the next activity that occurs on either phone, sir?
The next activity is at 3:49 p.m. To Cara's phone. It's a missed phone call from the Ludlow Fire Department.
Sir, am I correct? Well, actually, what's the next event that happens on either phone?
At 4:48 p.m., Cara texts Ann. It reads, you still sleep?
So, sir, just to back up for a moment, you said that at 1:27 p.m., Cara's phone missed a call, correct?
Yes.
And at 3:49, it missed another call, correct?
Cara's phone, yes.
Yes. And there's no other activity on her phone during that time frame?
Correct.
And at 4:48 p.m., there's now this text to Ann, you still sleep.
Yes.
What's the next activity that occurs on either phone?
At 4:49 p.m., Cara texts Sandy. It reads, hi, nice rain, you working?
Okay.
Mr.
After
Olczak, that
sir,
made my night.
Next entry, next activity on either phone.
At 4:52 p.m., Cara texts Ann. It reads, "Sorry, this is waking you, LASR, night and all, but still out in Holyoke. You want Red Robin."
Next entry, sir, 5 p.m. What does Cara text Ann's phone?
Cara texts Ann's phone at 5 p.m. It reads, "Okay, back at mall again, smiley face, no stroller, sad face."
18 minutes later, what's the next activity on either phone?
At 5:18 p.m., Cara texts Ann, "Hello, question mark. You see what time it is, question mark. Call me, Bree wants to eat, I want Red Robin."
Okay, I don't want to talk over this, so I'm going to pause it for 1 second. Do you think that maybe the reason that Annamarie, they call her different things. Do you think that maybe the reason that she was freaking out about Cara having a friend show up is because of her own guilty conscience from what she was doing with Mark Olasak, as the attorney calls it?
Next entry.
At 5:40 p.m., Cara texts Ann, "Okay, so you still mad about Mike? Doesn't mean why can't text me back. We're on our way, don't want to eat without you."
Okay, sir, next entry, next activity on either phone. What is it, please, and when is it?
At 5:50 p.m., Cara calls Ann, no answer, leaves unintelligible voicemail, and the duration is 40 seconds.
Now, sir, on the topic of voicemails, were you able to retrieve from Cara Rintala's phone 5 voicemails that she placed to Ann's phone during this time frame on the afternoon, early evening of March 29th, 2010?
Yes, the voice messages were stored on the phone and were able to be recovered during the examination.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this DVD containing those 5 voicemails as the next collective exhibit, please.
Just the objection is the request for the instruction as to the transcript of the recording.
The subtitles.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
May this be marked?
Yes, it may be.
Thank you.
That'll be exhibit number 54.
I'm sorry, as to the instruction, are you about to play that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll give the instruction now.
Thank you.
Right, members of the jury, you're about to hear an audio exhibit that will be accompanied by words on the screen that come from a transcript produced at the Commonwealth's request. You may or may not find these words helpful in understanding and interpreting the audio. However, it is up to you, the jury, to determine what you hear in this exhibit. If what you hear does not match up with the words shown on the screen, you should disregard the words and instead rely on what you hear.
I love it when he reads to me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, was that exhibit 54?
54.
In your honor, we're now going to play the first file on exhibit number 54.
Hey, Judge. Right? How? Did they?
Thank you. Now, sir, based upon your experience in examining cell phones, retrieving voicemails, whatnot, is that consistent to you with a pocket dial, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. Now, if we can switch over to the exhibit here, the demonstrative aid again at 5:52 p.m. 2 minutes after that pocket dial, what happens next?
At 5:52 p.m., Cara calls in, no answer, leaves voicemail for the duration of 1 minute and 11 seconds.
And is that the second audio file voicemail that you retrieved from Cara Rintala's phone?
Yes.
And your honor, at this point, shifting back to exhibit 54, I'd now like to play the second audio file on that exhibit.
I know you're mad. I'm like, why didn't you know I love with him? I mean, he's like one of my closest friends, but there's no reason to be mad. I mean, my God. Seems like we're getting along fine earlier. You know, but anyway, so, she is not hungry. And so, it's like, we're on our way back. We thought we were going to go shopping to school tomorrow. So we were going to go pick up some bread and cheese on Highland Mountain Road. Like we said. And so then we wound up at the mall, back at the mall. We already gone to the mall. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so when we're back at the mall, this time we got some socks and some instructions and maybe one up for it. Anyway, so we're out here. So this is what we're gonna do. All right, we're going home. I don't feel like eating bread Robin after work out without you. It's too hard. Come here, talk to her on the phone. Phone me directly on the phone. Anyway, that's it. Hi, love you. And I love you. And we are still done. Love you. Bye.
And that voicemail, sir, again, just to clarify, was at 5:52 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 3 minutes later, at 5:55 p.m., what happens next?
Another call from Cara to Ann. No answer. Leaves a voicemail message for the duration of 1 minute and 17 seconds.
I'd like to now, on Exhibit 54, play the third audio file, the third voicemail, sir, that you retrieved from Cara Rintala's phone.
Oh my gosh, she's good. I'm not going to listen, it's me. Come on, you're trying to make a story. Like, what's up? You normally get mad with him, you know, you at least text back or call back. Either way, well, remember we forgot to get stuff for your lunch tomorrow in school. So, yeah, you're going home, but no, it's not the wrong place. I missed the traffic shot, honey. Anyways, we were going to do one, and then I'm like, well, you know, I'm going to make it to one because some process didn't like tacos. It's the best thing going in the world. Anyway, so they're heading back around order because we already gone down to 60 White and I was not she got a couple. That's a little couple of But anyway, she meets up with us lunch tomorrow. The apples are not ready. I know they're not ready because they're so cooking, so there's no way to be in. Can't some crackers and cheese and crackers and, you know, the chili and all this. Anyway, maybe that's the smoke or something else. Bye, call us. Okay, we'll go back.
All right, sir, shifting back to what's been marked R for identification. What is the next activity that occurs on Cara Rintala's phone after that voicemail?
At 6:07 p.m., Cara called Sandy, and the duration of that call was 1 minute and 10 seconds.
And the next activity on her phone?
At 6:42:03 p.m., Cara misses a call from Ludlow Fire.
I think this is like the creation of her alibi
around that
according to
same
them,
time,
right?
Sir, within the
This is
same
that
minute
same-
or so, what's the next activity on Cara Rintala's phone?
At 6:42:14 p.m., Cara calls Ann, no answer, leaves a voicemail. The duration of that is 40 seconds.
I'd like to now play the fourth audio file, the fourth voicemail on exhibit number 54.
Hey, I'm kind of really freaking worried or, no, I'm not worried, but actually funny because irritated. Like, I know that you don't call me all of that, you know, and I told you it's only Mike, my body's munch, okay? And I'm calling you, we're going to Burger King. We thought we would come out of the mall, and of course, you're hungry, and the person is about it. McDonald's, they want McDonald's, no fun. Something that was that campus burger. Like, oh, good job, honey. Are we Burger King? Call, please, please, please.
And that was at 6:42 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the next activity on Cara's phone?
At 6:48 p.m., Cara texts Ann. It reads, "What's up with you? Why not call? If not for me, then at least for Bree. You the one who said since she's not napping, go out. You mad? VV? Question mark. Yes, we late, but Mackie's here."
And sir, next entry 10 minutes later at 6:58 p.m. What was that?
At 6:58 p.m., Cara calls Ann, no answer, leaves a voicemail. The duration of that message is 30 seconds.
I'd like to now play the fifth audio file voice message on exhibit number 54.
I'll hold that. Hi, listen, what is going on? You know, I'm not like you. I don't get all worried over single things if I don't call you all the time. But this is not like you, okay? So I'm not trying to, I don't know whether to be aggravated because you were, you know, you're being stubborn or Well, anyways, call me.
And that was at 6:58 PM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And based upon what you do know about this case, sir, am I correct that Ann's body was discovered around 7:15 PM?
Yes, sir.
What's the next activity on Cara's phone?
7:39 PM, Cara calls Sandy. The duration of that call is 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Who does she call after that?
At 7:42, Cara calls Lucy Cochrane. And the duration of that call is 2 minutes, 13 seconds.
What's the next activity on Cara's phone that evening?
At 7:54 PM, Cara calls Roy and Barb Dupuis, and the duration is 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
And just prior to 8 PM, what happens?
At 7:58 PM, Cara receives a call from the number 413-478-3543. The duration of that call is 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Now at 8:09 PM, what happens with respect to Cara's phone?
At 8:09 PM, Cara receives a call from Chucky. The duration of that call is 1 minute and 9 seconds.
And finally, sir, the last entry during this time frame, 8:15 PM. What do we see here?
Ann receives a text message from Olsek at 8:15 PM. It reads, "Call me on your way home."
Thank you very much.
At this point, I would offer these next three boards for identification. And if I can just clarify for the record, sir, are you familiar with these three boards?
I am.
And what are they?
They are a graphical representation of what was displayed in the PowerPoint presentation.
Same data, different format?
Correct.
I would ask you to be marked, please.
Yes.
STNU for ID.
Do y'all think that we'll do a poll? Do a poll.
Sir, based upon your review of the data and information in this case, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Ann's phone was powered on throughout this time frame?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That the phone was powered on.
What tells you that?
There was a green indicator light that was flashing on the phone, and it would not be on if the phone was not on.
Okay. And as far as calls showing up as missed throughout various times, as opposed to all flooding in at once, what did that tell you?
That means that the phone was powered on. The phone rang, but was never answered.
Now, sir, I'd like to talk to you for a moment about this time frame of 8 a.m. on March 29th through 7:15 p.m. on March 29th. Am I correct that there were, well, let me ask you this. With respect to Ann's phone alone, just focusing on Ann's phone, during the time frame 8 a.m. to 7:15 p.m., how many actions were taken or done by the user of Ann's phone during that time frame?
38.
And I think we touched upon this earlier, but user initiated, meaning placing a call, placing a text, taking a photo, sending an MMS, doing something proactive, correct?
Something overt on the phone, yes.
And am I right that during this time frame there were 17 text messages sent,
Correct.
18 outgoing calls made?
Correct.
There was that one MMS multimedia, what's the S stand for?
System,
System. That one text that had a photo attached?
yes,
And 2 photos taken of her daughter Brianna, correct?
that is correct.
And during that time frame from 8 a.m. to 7:15 p.m., during which there were these 38 actions taken, what does that average out to in terms of how many minutes in between each use?
I believe it's roughly 6 to 7 minutes.
Okay. May I just have a moment, Your Honor, please?
You may.
I bet that's something they're going to do with defense since because that's a good point. I bet
So
since
to show
they're
you,
listing him as potential,
sorry, do you recognize?
Maybe they'll go over that.
This chart,
I do.
and what do you recognize this to be?
This graphically displays those 38 user-initiated entries or calls, text messages, and photos taken during the time period on March 29, 2010, between 8 a.m. and 7:15 p.m.
And on whose phone are these user-initiated actions?
And so
Your Honor, may I please mark this for identification at this point?
May.
B for ID.
May I display it for the jury? Your Honor?
May.
I love that this is the part that all of us moms are like, that's sus.
Or maybe we read petitions so we can see.
Of course.
Like, it's not even about anything else. It's like, a 2-year-old
To the left of the board here.
for that long.
Explain to the jury what we are visually seeing in this,
Unlikely.
this demonstrative.
So going upwards from the bottom, it marks how many user-initiated activity was happening between certain time periods. This is on that axis. So
Yeah.
from beginning with 8 a.m. to 8:15, there was one user-initiated action. Between 8:15 and 8:30,
That's a good point, Susie. Yeah.
between 8:45 and 9 a.m., there was one. Between 9 a.m. to 9:15, there was one. Then 9:30 to 9:45, there were 8 user activity actions. Then from 9:45 a.m. to 10 a.m., there were 3. 10 a.m. to 10:15, there was 1. 10:30 to 10:45, there were 4. From 10:45 to 11 a.m., there were 1. 11 to 11:15, there were 5. 11:15 to 11:30, there were 2. 11:30 to 11:45 a.m., there were 5. 11:45 to noon time, there was 1. And then lastly, at 12:15 to 12:30, there was 1.
And was that the 1221 phone call that Ann placed in on Nancy in Florida?
Yes.
And that was the last user-initiated activity on Ann's phone that day, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
So
during
12
this time frame after that last action until 7:15 p.m., as you testified a few moments ago, there were other things coming into Ann's phone, correct?
Correct.
Text messages, phone calls, voicemails, correct?
That's correct.
But no activity going out or being done.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Sir, you can resume the stand. Thank you.
I very rarely leave voicemails.
Thank you, Trooper Swan. That's all the questions that I have for you.
All right, here we go.
Would you prefer to start my presentation or?
It's almost 11.
Stop.
So I'm thinking it might be a good time to take a break and so that there's no interruption of your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break a little early. It's almost 11. I will take a 20-minute break. So, if you can be back for 11:15.
Anything you say, Judge. How much of look at him walk in. Hey, baby. Oh, that noise. How much of this was like, because I know that, you know, things are different now and it all runs together. How much like actual data location was available that they have on this one? Does anybody know?
But they will take the stand before the lunch hour. If you remember, we have the videos to play. The first one is approximately 2 hours and 28 minutes in length. What I'm requesting, and I don't believe there's an objection to it, is that we not start that before lunch, even if I get to the point in our testimony where that would make sense to start that. the idea is to try to have it played all in the afternoon together. But what that might mean, if Your Honor would be willing to have an earlier lunch break, in other words, we don't know exactly what time, but maybe 12:30 to 1:30, and then be able to record. I think if we started by 1:30 to 1:45, we would be able to get it done during the day. I would also indicate, I think maybe Your Honor might have a 2:00 session. And in relationship to that, we did, I believe, take a break in the middle of the 2.5 video with the jurors, just so they weren't sitting for 2.5 hours, halfway or wherever makes sense. So the Commonwealth has no objection to that. We're just asking that not be a morning and an afternoon session. But perhaps if we started it at 1:30 or so, we could break halfway, and if that allowed Your Honor to take care of other matters, that could work out as well.
Okay, so the other matters are 2, and I expect they will take about a half hour, and I think that's realistic. I have a number of matters on, but they're all brief matters. So, and it's only problematic because you're asking me to not change just my lunch hour, which I have no problem with, but everyone's lunch hour. And I have to make sure that that's not a problem for any of the staff.
He's so considerate.
But maybe I'm not quite clear on what you want me to do. So we would break as soon as Lieutenant Whitney, assuming that she doesn't go right up to our normal lunch hour, with whatever testimony precedes the playing of the video. We stop there. We take an hour from there. I guess it kind of depends. I don't know that if we're getting close and I have to be back here at 2, I guess it sort of depends on whether it makes sense at that point, whatever that point is. So I will inquire of all the staff if they have. Again, this is something I almost never do, out of respect for their schedules, but I just want to make sure that no one who is also working here has plans between 1 and 2 that they can't change or don't want to change.
Understood.
So, ward officers, and don't be shy. Okay.
He's so
All
considerate.
right. So, again, we'll just sort of see when that point arrives, and then we can maybe go a sidebar briefly and just where we are.
Thank you very much.
Look at our boyfriend. Just always thinking about other people.
Did I understand the Commonwealth had a couple more questions?
Okay.
Sir, I'd just like to show you, you recognize this report?
I do.
If you could please turn to page 142, line 993.
Yes, sir.
Is that the beginning of the data that you just testified about? Those would be the calls from Ann to Cara the evening before she died?
Yes, sir.
And turning now to page 151, line 1139. Would that be the tail end of the data you testified to before the morning break? A text from Mr. Oleksak, call me on your way home.
Yes, sir.
So do those pages and those lines contain the data to which you testified previously?
Correct.
Okay, and that is the report that was generated from your extraction of the data from the Annamarie cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I mark this for identification only at this point?
You may.
Thank you.
W.
And now I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions for you regarding your work on this case. First of all, when you talked to the Commonwealth about Mark Olesak's name being
I'm going to go to
contained
normal.
in some of those text messages, and you were asked the question about whether or not you got that from Cochrane-Rintala's Contacts. Can you take a look at the contacts from Cochrane-Rintala and tell me whether or not you see Mark Olasak's name there?
Mark Olasak. Did y'all see that they want him to take a polygraph? How funny is that? I picture like smoke coming from it. Like hooked up to it and just like smoke and then like a cartoon. I do too. She says Mark Olasak. Or according to CC, old man sack or whatever they said, whatever it was that CC said earlier. CC needs to get it together.
Okay. Judge, if I could borrow the clerk's stapler. I had a staple in this, but it's fallen out.
Alex Murdoch. Alec.
Judge, I would offer this as the next exhibit. Oh, sure.
Mark.
Before you just want for ID.
Sidebar. Ooh, white noise. Ooh.
Exhibit, Your Honor.
There we go.
They may.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 55.
Thank you.
Mark.
So, sir, if you didn't get Mark Olasak's name from Annamarie Rintala's contacts, do you know who gave it to you?
It was either members of the state police assigned to the Northwestern District Attorney's Office. I don't know whom.
Okay, but somebody told you to put the name Mark Olasak in there, even though it wasn't in the contacts, is that right?
Put the name Mark Olasak's where?
In the text that we just talked about, remember the text?
On the chalk here, yes,
So typically you would get those from contacts, right?
correct.
And you would do that based on whatever you see the contacts in, and you would do that based on your own independent identification in the contacts of people that were called by Ian's phone, is that right?
From the extraction, I could see the phone number,
Right,
and that number was provided to me as being related for the chalk purposes from the DA's office.
so they gave you the number, is that right? Mark Olasak's number.
Well, we had the number as a result of the extraction.
But the number, the name Mark Olasak didn't come up at all in Annamarie Rintala's phone because it wasn't listed as a contact, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we also talked about some of the ability to get photos off of a phone. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna approach you with several photographs. I'm gonna ask you whether or not you recognize them.
Park the car.
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be, sir?
These were photographs, part of a text message, multimedia system text message that provides the photograph.
On Ann's phone?
Correct.
So these were coming from Ann to Cara or from Cara to Ann, do you know?
I'd have to look at them.
Sure.
From Ann to Cara.
Okay. And I'm just gonna go through them one at a time. The first photo seems to be sent on September 20th of 2009. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it appears to be of a young girl?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mark these all together if I could at the end, Judge. And the second photograph is November 12th, 2009, at 1:29 p.m. And it appears to be a woman and her child.
Yes.
And the third photograph on November 23rd, 2009, appears to be the child, in this case.
I love that
Brianna?
accent.
Yes.
Okay. Brianna and her mom?
Yes.
Okay. And the fourth photograph, January 11th, 2010, appears to be Brianna with Annamarie?
Yes.
And the next photograph, March 27th, 2010, appears to be a photograph of Brianna?
Yes.
And the last one, September 5th of 2009, at 10:18, appears to be a photograph of Brianna. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And all those photographs were found on Ann's phone. Is that right?
Yes.
I moved to introduce these. I don't know if we just want to take them out of the clear plastic and we mark them, or if we want to leave them.
Any objection?
No, you are.
Yes.
So that will be exhibits number 56 through 61.
Thank you.
Mark Olasak. Nailed it.
Now, sir,
Nailed
we heard
it.
some testimony on direct examination as to
I think so.
some of the text back and forth between Mr. Olasak and Annamarie Rintala. Do you remember those texts that you testified about?
Yes.
Those weren't the only texts between Mr. Olasak and Annamarie Rintala, right?
No, I don't believe so.
There were other texts
Yes.
back and forth. And in fact, do you remember whether or not there was a text on March 17th of 2020 from Mark Olasak to Cara Rintala? First of all, can I ask you that 9330, is that the phone number for Mark Olasak that you used in?
The ending 4, yes.
Yeah, well, you can say the whole number if you want. I'm just remembering it with the last four. Go ahead.
Fair enough. The phone number was 413-246-9330.
Okay. And this text that's highlighted here in blue,
Yes.
does those appear to be from that number, that 9330 number, OSX number, to Annamarie Rintala?
Yes.
Okay. And could you read Mr. Olasak's text on March 17th, 2010, to Annamarie Rintala?
Objection.
Jeez.
Basis.
You're saying. Irrelevance.
Because they're releasing them in short things, we're going to do, they're only releasing them in like 3 hour increments. So we're going to catch up on them next week and do them like together. People were complaining because it was such short things, and so it was hard to get into them. So while we're watching this one, we're letting those accumulate a little bit, and then we're going to watch them together next week. Sidebar.
Type of data to be able to extract everything you could from a phone, right?
Yes, Candace sent that to her.
So the call
Thank
detail
you.
records that you're referring to come from the provider. So whether it's Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, that is usually obtained pursuant to a subpoena, which is issued out of the DA's office.
Okay. And call detail records in this case, let me ask you, sir, have you ever asked to look at call detail records for that 9330 number from AT&T?
I don't believe I have.
Can you look at that document, please, sir? Tell me if you recognize it.
Mark Olasak.
It
Mark.
appears to be the subscriber information,
Can't do it very good.
call detail
Mark.
records for Mark Olasek and the phone number of 9330.
And that's the number that you identified as Mark Olasak's number, is that right?
I identified, but it has been identified as being
That was a
Mark
bad
Olasak's.
question. Not you identified, someone identified it for you and you put it on the extraction report, right?
The extraction report had no context, so his name does not show, it just shows his number. And sometimes that number was short of the area code. So there's no mention of Mark Olasak's name in the examination, in the extraction.
And that's because it's not contained in the context, right?
Correct.
If there was a name accompanying that 9330 number, it would have appeared in the extraction report.
That is correct.
And as you look at these records today, they appear to be from AT&T. And they appear to be that subscriber information that you typically get from cell phone providers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of what a bill would look like or records would look like from AT&T?
Yes, subscriber information and call detail records, yes.
Did I move to introduce this?
Can I first see it?
I love the accents. A friend of mine that I went to college with was raised in, well, she was born in Boston, but she was raised in New York. And when we used to go out, we would try to mimic each other's accents and see who believed it. Nobody believed it. That's the answer. Nobody. I was terrible at trying to do her accent. And she was terrible at trying to do my accent. I would try to do her like New York and Boston, because she lived in both, growing up. And so I would try to do hers, and she would try to do a Southern accent, and we would see who we could fool. Not one person. Not one person could we fool. They thought we were both just full of crap. It was hilarious, though.
To run. So, sir, had you been asked to run a Celebrate report on Mark Olasak's phone, could you have done it?
I wasn't asked.
I know you weren't. That's the whole point. I'm asking you, had you been asked, could you have done it?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. But in the course of this investigation, nobody asked you, is that right?
We were provided 2 cellular phones, and those were the only 2 cellular phones that were provided to examine as part of this investigation.
Did you ever become aware in the course of your doing extractions that there was a text message deleted from Mark Olasak's phone?
I'm unaware of that.
If you were asked to do a Celebrate extraction report on Mark Olasak's phone, and there was a text message that was deleted, could you find, is it possible that Celebrate could undelete the deleted information?
It depends. It depends on the phone and the capabilities of that specific phone as it regards to Cellbrite software, is whether or not. So I can't say definitively yes or no.
But it's possible.
Is it possible? Yes, but it's not definitive.
Okay. And if somebody had asked you to look at the phone and examine the phone, you'd be able to give us an answer as to whether or not you could have run a Celebrite report and could have undeleted any deleted information on that phone. Is that right?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained in that form.
Let me ask you this. Celebrate is a software that has the capacity in some situations to undelete deleted information. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't use the term undelete, recover deleted items. Yes.
Okay, we can usually recover deleted items. What it means essentially is it's not there and you get it back, right?
It's not there. I'm
Correct.
gonna keep practicing.
So whether it's recover
Yeah.
deleted information or recover deleted text, Celebrite has the capacity to do that. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
Yes, for most makes and models, yes.
And you would just need the phone in order to do that. Is that right?
And likely a search warrant, yes.
Okay. Or voluntarily, someone
Consent.
could voluntarily consent,
Yes.
like Cara Rintala did, voluntarily consent, take my phone, look at it all you want, right?
I have no idea whether or not Cara Rintala consented to
Okay.
her phone.
But you know you got the information from Cara Rintala's phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether or not, in this case, sir, nobody asked you to look at Mark Olasak's phone for deleted information, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony that had you been asked, there's a possibility you could have examined that phone, developed a report, and potentially deleted, recovered, is that the right word? Deleted information, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
Well, I think the question just refers to what this witness said earlier, so it's really up to the, I'm going to let the witness answer as to whether that is what he said earlier.
Could you repeat the question?
I'm gonna try. I'm not sure it's gonna come out exactly the same, but I'm gonna try. If anyone had asked you to look at Mark Olasak's phone,
Not true.
and you had the actual phone,
I'm
boot.
sorry, counsel. So the way you started the question that was objected to was, I'm paraphrasing here, but it started with, wasn't it your testimony or didn't you just say? So I am allowing you to clarify what this witness said earlier. That's how I understood
sure.
the question.
I told you I didn't remember exactly, but
So
I'll
it's
take
okay.
your word for it, Judge. So did you just say that had you been provided Mark Olasak's phone, and had you been provided some sort of order or consent to search the phone, that you could have searched, you could have done a Celebrate analysis of that phone, and it's possible that you could have found, what is it? Would you say the word was not deleted?
Recover.
Recovered items that were deleted on that phone. Is that what you said, sir?
There is a possibility of recovering deleted items off of any phone, provided that the software supports the extraction of deleted information from that particular phone.
And in this case, you, as you sit here today, you don't know whether or not the software would even support that because nobody ever asked you to look at Mark Olasak's phone. Is that right?
I was asked to look at 2 phones submitted by the Hampshire State Police Detective Unit.
And those were only the phones that you associate with Cara Rintala and Annamarie Rintala. Is that right?
That is correct.
But you wouldn't have, and in this case, had you been asked to do anything with Mark Olasak's phone, you would have complied with the request and got the information to the state police, just like you did with Cara Rintala's phone and Annamarie Rintala's phone. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Again, yes. I'm sorry. Can I do it? I don't. Okay. I'm happy to do it.
Whoever said Canada doesn't have accents, I always think about, I used to watch Nickelodeon when I was little, and they had some Canadian shows,
Lieutenant Robin Whitney.
like Are You Afraid of the Dark? And they would say, I'm sorry. Instead of sorry, it'd be I'm sorry. And what is that all about? Instead of about, a boot. Those are the only 2 things I specifically remember about Canadian accents. I am very well cultured. I learned all of my Canadian accent information from Nickelodeon. Thank you very much.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
I do.
Your Honor,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the jurors?
Robin Whitney, ROBIN WHITNEY.
And were you formerly a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
I was
And when did you retire from the State Police?
March 31st, 2015,
How many years were you in service with the State Police?
32 years.
And what was your rank at the time that you retired?
I was a detective lieutenant.
So let me take you back to when you started with the State Police. What year would that have been?
December 1982.
Okay. And assume you went to the State Police Academy at that time?
I did.
Can you tell us about the various positions that you had with the state police in your 30-plus years?
I was a road trooper for a number of years out of the Lee Barracks and then the Shelburne Falls Barracks. I spent one TDY, temporary duty status, at the State Police Academy as a drill instructor. I worked as the asset forfeiture as well as with it's called the Zero Tolerance Team in the town of in the city of Springfield. For a year or so, I spent a couple years in organized crime, and then in 1998, I was assigned to the District Attorney's Office, Franklin, Hampshire County.
Okay. And is that also known as the Northwestern District Attorney's Office?
It is.
Love
And you know that office to cover both Hampshire and Franklin counties and the town of Athol?
Correct.
And you said you were first assigned to the unit there in 1998?
Correct.
At the time,
so
do you
rad.
remember the State Police Detective Unit going by a different name?
Yes. We went by CPAC, which meant Crime Prevention and Control.
And while you were employed there, did it change over to State Police Detective Unit or SPDU?
Correct, it did.
At the time that you joined the SPDU attached to the Northwestern District Attorney's Office, what was your rank at that time?
I was a trooper.
And did that change over the course of your career with the SPDU?
It did.
Can you describe that, please?
I was promoted to the rank of sergeant and then lieutenant and then detective lieutenant while in that unit.
And how did your duties change with those various positions over time?
When you're a sergeant, you're in a supervisory position and on up until when I was a lieutenant, detective lieutenant, I was the unit commander of the unit.
And what does it mean to be the unit commander?
You're the head of the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the District Attorney's Office.
And you took on that role at the time you obtained the detective lieutenant rank?
Correct.
Do you remember what year that occurred in?
I do not.
Do you know approximately how many years you were a detective lieutenant before your retirement?
Maybe 5 years. I'm not sure. I couldn't say honestly. I'm not sure.
Let me ask you this. Were you detective lieutenant and the unit commander in March of 2010?
I was.
At the time of your retirement as a detective lieutenant and unit commander, are you able to tell us approximately how many troopers were assigned to the SPDU?
So there's 3 offices, so about 15, I would say.
And tell us about the 3 offices.
One is a narcotic unit that had, I believe, a sergeant and 4 troopers. The other is the Franklin County office, and that would have had, I believe, at the time, maybe 2 sergeants and 3 troopers. And then the Northampton office, where I was myself, I believe, and 4 troopers.
And physically, in terms of where those troopers would work, would the Franklin troopers primarily work out of the Greenfield location?
Correct.
The Hampshire County worked in Northampton,
That's correct.
and the narcotics troopers have their own office elsewhere?
That's right. They do.
And would you have been overcharged of all of them?
Yes.
With supervisors, I think, as you indicated, middle level supervisor sergeants as well?
Yes.
At times when you were the unit commander and detective lieutenant, would you have a second in command?
Yes.
Can you describe what that is?
That would be, a sergeant or a lieutenant, and they would do other administrative things that I wouldn't have to do.
Okay. I think you indicated that at the time of your retirement, there were approximately 15 troopers in your unit. Was that always the case the entire time you were detective lieutenant, or at times did you have fewer?
Fewer or more.
Okay. Can you tell us what is the SPDU? In other words, what are the duties and responsibilities of that particular unit?
So to basically, investigate all crimes that would come to the DA's office, like unattended deaths, child abuse, any sort of major crime, severe assaults, things of that nature.
Setting aside death
Thank you.
investigations for a moment, or unattended death investigations, why is it that SPDU might get involved in other criminal investigations as opposed to a local agency, for instance, handling a case?
Some local PDs, like, only have a chief of police. Some of them don't have detective units. It just depends on what they have for resources. And if they don't, then it would come to us and we would investigate it.
Okay, so then at times you would assist those agencies or take over the investigation?
Depending on what it was and what they wanted their level of involvement to be.
Okay. And did the troopers within your unit, including yourself, have specialized training in conducting major crime investigations?
Yes.
Now I want to ask you about the other category you mentioned in terms of unattended deaths. What role did SPDU have in terms of unattended deaths?
Well, the district attorney has sole jurisdictions over all death investigations, and us as his designees would be the one that would investigate the cases for him.
So is it fair to
Or
say?
her. Sorry.
Him or her, the district attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that any unattended death investigation within Hampshire or Franklin County or the town of Athol would fall under the jurisdiction of the district attorney, and thus the SPDU would be the primary investigating agency?
That's correct.
Tell us what the term unattended death means.
It would be a death that's not, that doesn't happen like under the care of hospice or in a medical facility.
Okay. Does it include just homicides?
No.
What other forms of death would be encompassed in
So it
that?
would just be natural death, a suicide, a drug overdose, a motor vehicle fatality.
Anytime essentially someone dies outside of a medical facility or under medical care.
Correct.
And in regards to these investigations, are you aware of the role of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And what role did that office have?
So when we would receive a death, it would depend on the circumstances of why the person died, but we would reach out to the medical examiner's office. We would explain to them what we have, what we believe we have, and they would make a decision on whether or not the case goes to the medical examiner's office.
And what do you mean by whether it would go to them or not?
Like if it was, I don't know, a 90-year-old person that died at home, then they would probably decline as long as we could find a doctor to be able to give the medical history of that person, and then they would decline it.
So the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner could either decline or accept the case?
Correct.
And absent situations where potentially a medical explanation, was it more typical that they would accept the case?
Yes.
And what did that mean in terms of the body itself?
So a member of the medical examiner staff would come up to the scene and do the removal of the person.
Okay, and would the body be transported to their office?
That's correct.
And would there either be some form of an autopsy or some sort of medical procedure there to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity yourself to attend those autopsies?
Yes.
In terms of the unattended death investigations within the SBDU, when you were working there, how common or not was it for the troopers to actually attend the autopsy?
We attended most of them, I would say, or we would attend others for other people that couldn't make it to an autopsy, but we generally always went to them.
And that would include whether or not it was a suspected homicide, a natural, a medical, a motor vehicle fatality, for instance.
That's correct.
In your time with the SBDU, are you able to estimate approximately how many death investigations the unit would have conducted in any given year?
I think we're up to at least 200 a year, approximately.
And while you were employed within the State Police Detective Unit, fair to say you were involved in hundreds of death investigations?
Yes, it's fair.
Do you know approximately how many homicide, in particular investigations, you would have been involved in that time frame?
I would say approximately 20.
Are you familiar with a trooper by the name of Jamie McGarrion?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He worked at the district attorney's office.
Specifically within the SBDU, the unit that
That's
you were in?
correct. That's correct.
Okay, do you know what years he worked there?
I believe he worked there from 2006 to 2014.
Okay. And so you would have been in a supervisory position over him for at least some of those years?
Yes.
And as a member of your unit, did he participate and conduct death investigations that you just indicated?
Overruled.
So the question is, as a member of your unit, are you aware of whether or not Trooper McGarrion participated and conducted death investigations?
He did, yes.
Do you know approximately how many as the unit supervisor he was involved in?
Objection.
Overruled.
So I would have to say that if we put it at a minimum and he investigated 3 a month, because every trooper's on call in a month's period, he may have investigated 300. I could approximately 300.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You indicated that there's an on-call system with the troopers.
Yes.
Can you describe that, please?
So there's a trooper on call every day for Franklin, Hampshire County, just not the narcotics, just the Franklin, Hampshire office. And so every day you're on call for 24 hours
And what's the purpose of that?
to cover, at the middle of the night to go out on the call, whoever's on call has to go out. So,
Okay.
so usually at the end of the shift. So like in Hampshire County, we would cover our unattendeds from when we got in the office till we left at 5 at night. Same with Franklin County. And then on call would kick in after 5.
And the on-call system, I know you referenced excluding the narcotics officers, Hampshire and Franklin. Would there only be one on-call at any given time or one per county?
No, one for both counties.
Okay. So they would take primarily any calls that came in where the SBDU was requested?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention specifically to the date of March 29th, 2010. Do you remember being involved in an investigation related to the death of Annamarie Rintala on that date?
Yes.
And do you know on that date at approximately 7 p.m. or so that evening, what trooper of your unit was on call that night?
That would have been Trooper Peter Holman.
Peter Holman?
Yes.
Okay. And around 7:30 or so that evening on March 29th, did you receive a call from Trooper Holman?
I did.
And in that call, did he make you aware of an incident at 18 Barton Street in Granby?
Yes.
In response to that phone call, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted Trooper Jamie McGarrian.
And what was your reason for contacting him?
He was closer in time than Trooper Holman was, so his response would have been much quicker.
What do you mean by closer in time?
So Trooper Holman lives much further away than Trooper McGarrian does. So,
From the Granby address?
correct.
Okay. And so you were seeking to see if he could get there to the scene?
Quicker, both, yes.
Okay. And was Trooper Holman also going to be responding?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to have a conversation with Trooper McGarrian requesting that he go to 18 Martin Street?
I was.
And did he accept that?
He did.
At some point later in the evening, do you remember receiving a call back from Trooper McGarrian?
I do.
And to your knowledge, was he at the scene at this point?
He was.
And again, without getting into any content of the conversation, based on what was relayed to you, did you make a decision to also respond?
I did.
And did you go to 18 Barton Street?
I did.
Do you know approximately what time it was when you arrived at that scene?
Maybe 10:30 in the evening.
At the time that you arrived there, generally speaking, what was going on?
There was I believe it was Mark Smith. I'm not sure. Sergeant Smith was outside, and he was logging anyone that may or may not enter the residence. Trooper McGarrian was outside also at the time.
Okay. And again, without content, did you have some conversations with them?
Yes,
At some point, did you yourself go into the residence?
I did.
Do you remember what door you used to do so?
The side door.
And before you went in, did you put anything on your clothing or your body?
I did.
What did you do?
I put booties on my feet and latex gloves on my hands
And what was the reason for that?
so that I didn't bring in any evidence or bring out anything.
And I think we all understand latex gloves. Can you just describe what the booties were that you put on?
Oh, they were these white booties that you just slip over your shoes.
Okay. So you put those on before you walked in?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever been to this home before?
No.
When you entered the side door, are you talking about the doors under the breezeway area of the home?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see when you first entered that side door?
You see a door. There's a basement door right in front of you. To the right is the kitchen, I believe, and to the left is a living room, I believe.
Do you remember at that period of time whether or not you saw anyone inside at that area?
I believe I did see someone over in the living room area.
Okay. Did you look at that time down? You've indicated that there was a basement door right in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Was that door open?
I don't remember if it was open.
Okay. Do you remember if you were able at that point or shortly thereafter to see down the stairs?
I was. Yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed feet down at the bottom of the stairs to the right of the stairway.
Did you go down the stairs?
Not then, no.
No, I think you indicated that you had observed some people in the living room area of the home.
Yes.
Was one of those individuals Cara Rintala?
Yes.
And were you able to approach her at that period of time in
Yes.
the living room? Okay. And could you just describe the conversation that you had with her at that moment?
I introduced myself to her. I think at that time I requested permission to interview her daughter, who I knew to be next door at another residence.
Okay. Was there anyone else sitting with her at that period of time?
I know that Detective Barb Fenn was, and I have a memory of someone else. I just don't remember who else was in the room with her.
How would you describe Ms. Rintala's demeanor during this time frame where you were introducing yourself and then asking if you could speak with her daughter?
She was upset. She was cooperative.
Do you see the person that you identified as Cara Rintala here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please indicate where she is in the article of clothing she's wearing?
She has on a pink button-down shirt, and she's in between a man and a woman.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
It will.
Thank you. Had you ever met the defendant before that moment in time?
No.
And I think you indicated that you asked for her permission to be able to speak with her daughter. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you know where her daughter was?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
She was next door at 20 Barton Street with the Dupuis.
Okay. When you asked the defendant if you could speak with Brianna, how did she respond?
She said yes.
Okay. Are you able to estimate or tell us, describe how long that conversation you say with the defendant was at that period of time?
Oh, it wasn't very long.
Essentially just covering the topics we just spoke about?
Yes.
A few minutes?
5 minutes, maybe.
Okay. After that, did you go over to 20 Barton Street in an attempt to speak with Brianna?
I did.
And when you got over there, were you able to meet first with some adults in that house?
Yes.
Do you remember who those individuals were?
I know it was Mr. and Mrs. Dupuis. I can't remember their first names.
Okay. Was anyone else with you at that period of time?
Detective Fenn was with me.
Did you tell Mr. and Mrs. Dupuis why you were there?
We did.
And did they have Brianna in their care at that period of time?
They did.
And were you able to meet Brianna?
We were.
Can you describe where in the home you were?
It was a room down the hall. It was like, I don't know, like maybe it was a little playroom. I'm not sure.
Okay. And I think you indicated originally that you had arrived on scene approximately 10:30 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So this would have been after that, correct?
Correct.
Would you estimate before or around 11 or maybe before 11?
Maybe, around 11, I can say that.
Okay. When you met with Brianna, were you aware of approximately how old she was in age?
I was.
What is that?
She was approximately 2.5 years old.
Okay. And did you attempt to have a conversation with her?
I did.
Can you tell us how you went about trying to do that?
I told her who I was, and I tried to engage her in colors. What's this color? What's that color?
And how did that go?
It did go well.
Did she speak to you?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Oh,
And I should have asked you this before, but were you wearing a police uniform that night?
No.
Plain clothes?
Plain clothes, yes.
And was Detective Finn also wearing plain clothes?
Yes.
Okay. How long would you say you were over at 20 Barton Street?
I'd say no more than 10 minutes.
Okay. What did you do next?
I went back to 18 Barton Street.
When you went back to 18 Barton Street, did you go back to the defendant?
Yes.
And was she still in the living room area?
Yes.
And was Detective Finn still with you at this point, if you remember?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with her at that point?
Yes.
What was the reason for that?
I asked her if she was willing to come down to the Granby Police Department so we could speak with her.
And how did she respond to that?
Yes, she'd come.
At that time, were you aware of any specific plan of what was going to happen to the house at 18 Barton Street?
Yes, I knew that the house would be seized.
Okay. And what do you mean by seized?
They'd seize it so they could write a search warrant.
Okay. Now, did you leave 18 Barton Street at that point and go to the Granby Police Station to speak with the defendant?
Yes.
Prior to leaving 18 Barton Street, I know you indicated before that you did not go into the basement originally, correct?
Correct.
That night, prior to leaving 18 Barton Street, did you go down to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever gone past that front landing where you were able to see some feet?
No.
Okay. Do you remember how you got to the Granby Police Station?
I drove.
And was the defendant with you?
She was
In what part of your car?
right next to me.
Unmarked police car?
Yes.
Okay. What about Detective Fenn? Did she also go to the Granby Police Station?
Yes, I followed her.
Okay. During the ride to the police station, did you have any conversation with the defendant during that period of time?
I mean, not that I can remember. If it was nothing substantial.
Nothing about the case or that
No.
night or anything?
No.
Okay. After you got to the police station, where did you go?
My memory is that we went to. I've never been there before, so we went to a basement part that had an interview room.
This was your first time at this police station?
It was.
Okay. And Detective Fenn was with you?
She was.
Did she guide you
Yeah,
to
she was
that
like-
area potentially to be able to have that conversation there?
She
two
did.
and a half.
Is it a room used for interviews?
Is my understanding? Yes.
Were you aware at that time or become aware before you went into the room that the room had the ability to audio and video record?
I don't know if I was aware, but I knew once we got down there that it had that ability.
Okay, so before you started the conversation with the defendant, I guess?
Yes.
Did you know? Okay. And did you tell that to the defendant? In other words, was she advised that the room was audio and video recorded?
She was.
Now, let me ask you this. The audio and video equipment that would have been used, would that have been state police equipment or Granby police equipment?
Granby police equipment.
And you were not familiar with this police station, I think you indicated, correct?
Not at all.
And were you familiar with the recording equipment?
Not at all.
Did you have any recording equipment yourself that you brought with you?
I did. I had a digital tape recorder.
And in other words, a handheld digital recorder?
Correct.
And that would have been able to capture audio?
Yes.
Did you use that night?
At some point I did. Yes.
And what do you mean at some point?
We started the recording, but even from inside the room, you could hear a hum. And so at some point I thought to myself, I'd best turn this on. And because we've had failures, we've had times with our equipment or someone else's that one has failed. So it's probably best to have two.
Okay. And so did you turn on your digital recorder as a backup?
I did.
And you know that was a few minutes after the interview began.
I think it was like 8 minutes after the interview began.
Do you know approximately what time it was, what time of day that the interview began?
I think it was like 11:57 or 11:40. It was just before midnight.
And was Detective Fenn also present for that interview as well?
She was.
Do you know approximately how long that interview was with the defendant?
Maybe 2.5 hours approximately.
Now, I think you indicated a few moments ago that you had heard the hum in the room, turned up on your backup audio, correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you have the opportunity to go back and listen and watch the recording that the Granby police equipment had created?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review your own audio from the digital recorder?
Yes.
And did you notice any issues in terms of the audio on the Granby equipment?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a hum through the whole thing.
Okay. And are you aware that at some point, someone was able to put the audio from your interview recorder, once you started it, along with the video to create a more audible version?
Yes.
Now,
Y'all, she
prior
looks
to,
like my 6th grade
your
teacher.
interview with the defendant that night, excuse me. I know you indicated you yourself had not gone to the basement, correct?
Correct.
Had you received any information from anyone before you started your interview with the defendant,
Yes.
other than what we've discussed in terms of the Duprees and Brianna,
Yes.
specifically other investigators in the case?
Yes.
And who had you spoken to?
Trooper Jamie Megarian.
And without getting into the content of that, how would you describe in terms of the amount of information that you received from him?
Minimum.
At the time that you spoke to him, did you have any idea about the cause of death of Annamarie Rintala?
No.
And more specifically, at the time that you spoke with the defendant in this 2.5-hour interview you indicated occurred that night, did you know what the cause of death of Annamarie Rintala was?
No.
Did you know, even if it was a homicide or otherwise, at that period of time?
No.
At the time that you started your interview with the defendant that night, were you aware that the Granby police officers that were dispatched had been dispatched for a quote possible domestic?
No.
Did you have any information in terms of a possible history of domestic violence between Ann and Cara Marie before you started the interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And what information did you have in that regard?
That there was possible domestic history.
Did you have any details or information beyond that single fact of a possible history?
No.
I think you indicated that Detective Fenn was present during the interview, correct?
Yes.
And did you receive any, again, before the interview of the defendant, did you receive any information from Detective Fenn about any history with the Granby Police Department with Ann and Cara?
No.
During the course of the interview, do you remember if you stepped out at any point in time?
Yes.
And do you remember how many times you did?
I believe twice.
And what was the reason for that?
The first one was to go to the ladies' room, and I don't remember why I went out the second time.
Okay. But at some point while you were conducting this 2.5 interview or so, were there other members of the state police that had arrived at the Granby Police Station?
Yes.
And at the 2 times that you stepped out, the time you went to the ladies' room and the other time, did you have conversations with them?
I did.
And again, without getting into any content of what was in those conversations, did you receive some information from them?
Yes.
And did that information affect some of your questioning of the defendant after you had stepped out of the room?
Yes.
May I approach? I'm sorry. Handing you a document here, Detective Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
A drawing.
A pretty rough one?
Yes.
Is that your drawing?
It is.
Okay, and how do you recognize that? When did you create that?
Well, I was interviewing Cara.
Okay. And was that based on some information that she provided?
Yes.
And that's visible in the video that you were drawing that diagram?
Yes.
And that's that marked as an extra with your own advice.
It's just to preserve the objection. That's the number 16.
Can we push that right on?
Oh, I hate that name.
Members of the jury, you are about to see and hear a videotape of an interview that the defendant gave to the police. Before you may consider any of the statements reportedly made by the defendant during this interview as evidence in this case, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant made the statement, and 2, that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by a defendant was voluntary, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. Now, you may also consider whether the defendant was given so-called Miranda warnings. The law requires that a person who is in the custody of the police be given Miranda warnings before being asked any questions. 4 warnings are required. Police must tell a person in custody that he or she has a right to remain silent and that anything he or she says can and will be used against he or she in a court of law. That the person has a right to the presence of an attorney during questioning, and if that person wants an attorney but cannot afford one, an attorney will be appointed to represent him or her. It is also good police practice to inform a person in custody that if he or she decides to answer any questions, that person has the right to stop the questioning at any time. It is up to you to decide, based on the evidence presented, whether the defendant was given these warnings before making a statement. That finding is among the factors that you may consider in determining whether the defendant made her statement voluntarily. Now, in addition, in a video you are about to see and hear, only the defendant's own statements count as evidence of the facts. The police officer's statements on the video may provide context for what the defendant said, but the police officer's statements are not evidence of any facts in this case. And if a police officer wants to present facts, the officer must take the witness stand here and testify to those facts. But if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's statements on the video are voluntary, those statements are evidence in this case for all purposes, and you may give her videotape statements as much or as little weight as you deem appropriate. Also, I have edited or redacted the video to take out statements that are not evidence, so there may be other breaks in the video, or the video may jump around here or there. You should not guess or speculate about what might have been edited out, because those things are not relevant or appropriate for your consideration. And of course, you should not hold these edits against either of the parties, because they reflect my decisions and my rulings as the judge.
I just saw this.
Which contains this interview recording.
It's the same,
In the Facebook group.
You may.
exhibit number 63.
Jackie D.
For the record, playing from exhibit 63, the March 29th interview.
Yeah, you don't worry about that, then they sign. You still request this interview not be recorded. Again, no. Yeah, on. Yeah. Our points are different. And that sign there. Yeah. Okay, and today's the 29th? And the time is.
If I just have a moment to change the audio, so it's a little louder.
Sure.
And your name?
And Your Honor, I'm just gonna go back to the end to make sure that first part was heard, okay?
That we're gonna record it. Yeah, okay. No, right? No, they can record it. Yeah, you don't worry about that, and then you sign. You understand the information I read to you. You still request that this interview not be recorded. Again, no. Yeah, that's odd. Yeah. Right? Our forms are different. And that sign there. And yours is more. Yeah, we give you. Okay, and, today's 29th? And the time is? And your name is? Yeah. And you gave birth? 1960. So where you from? And Brandi. What's your phone and cell phone? Cell phone is 423-4466. And the house at 18 Barton Street is in your name? Yes, I bought it. You bought it for you, right? And is it Ann, what's Ann's full name? Anna Marie. Oh, okay. And what's her last name? Okay. Now, did you take hers or she took yours? Okay. And you have a little girl. And what's her name? Brianna. Brianna. And how old is she? She's 73. What's her name? May 30th. All right, and where do you work?
Not that it's the same, because I know a voicemail's different, but she's not like
she's
Rambling now.
And the animal children don't see much.
And that's AMRS strictly damage?
No, it's her go. So, yeah, she normally works all in her office, but it's still under the house on her feet.
All right, so did you work today? When's the last time you worked? Today's Monday, almost Tuesday.
Friday, so I got off of work Saturday morning.
When do you go back? Okay, Wednesday, 31st. Can you do 24 hours?
No, yeah, we do 2 more days, all the time, 14 days. The 14 days.
And, all right, so today, so this weekend, so you got up at 8 a.m. on Saturday, and what did you do Saturday? Do you take any drugs? Yeah. Drugs, do you take any drugs? And who's Mike?
Oh, Mike is better, she's Greece.
What's his last name?
Sims. C1, RA, and Willie.
So was that at your house? It was the animal?
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Every week?
Every week, and that's not doing any kind of overtime she put up. She usually gets the overtime nights, so she's generally working 45 minutes.
So she, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, she was overtime on? Whenever.
Yeah, usually with the ordinance.
Okay. So, you said you drank beer like on Friday, where was she? Well, last night was Sunday night, yeah. Okay. Okay, so Saturday you're off.
Saturday,
She's off too.
she's up to her only day, night one.
Okay.
They only 2 weeks.
So that was your only day and night off together in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay,
We only, between her nights and my nights, you know.
right, a little crazy. All right, so let's back up a bit. You have a history of domestic violence with Anna, right? Okay. The PD ever respond? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many times do you think that was? How long have you been together with her?
Since 702.
Okay.
Yes, and, sounds terrible. Yeah, come from different backgrounds, so we have a lot of disagreements, and we're not figuring out how to make it work.
It does sound like 80s. I haven't seen 80s lately.
So we were very stressed, and want to get married, and want to get married because, meaning, if you're committed somewhere, you're committed, I need to bring the home, you're committed, I didn't paper, and so it's very stressful. This is just, to give you a background of how we think, that's fine, okay, and, but I used to always be like, okay, my way, since I didn't want to get married, except, it would be that be one of our arguments, because I did not, just like you don't want to get. weren't getting along, you know what I mean? Then we got Brianna, which was another stressor. Why did you get Brianna? June 2007. How old was she when you got her? 16. So of course, you know, it was just very stressful. He didn't want to work all of a sudden. She didn't want to work. And I knew before we had a very expensive taste and like spent a lot, and therefore he got himself into financial difficulties. Or since I know her, sorry listening. You know, to her, is that it's just nothing new for her, the financial difficulties, but they're like really bad financial difficulties, like bankruptcy. It's always short. She's always had a financial thing, always cash, always something, and I had a real hard time with that. I didn't know that until a couple years into the relationship, so I just think that you work hard and save and pay your bills, and so I had a very hard time with the second bankruptcy thing.
Oh, she did that while she was with you?
It was bad, they didn't really tell me about it. So I think so. Like I said, they speak in code. I don't really know. Yeah. So that was probably the biggest source of contention is that I wanted her to work like a regular job, right? You know, like at least full-time hours. And she didn't want to work. So you know, we would argue, and I was trying to take care of everything, you know, and I tired, I guess, you know, working overtime and trying to make ends meet and pay for all of us. And that was probably, you know, that was another source of connection. Then we had this incident in October. We used to push each other. We did, you know, like we argue and it would get difficult, absolutely. And I know we Angel wasn't. I can honestly say it was definitely back and forth. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden we get Brianna, and you know the argument was getting out of control, and there was an incident at the house at the stove, and we had been saying that we need to have counseling to talk, that we're going to talk to each other. I was told Brianna, I want to make her grocery. I'll never forget this. Like, you know, this was like before this. How long was this? October. I'm not sure. Year before? Year before. Maybe October, oh wait. Yeah, oh yeah, that was a doozy, let me tell you. You were arrested? Oh yeah, I got bamboozled. And they were talking about we need to go and talk to you, because we know from Paul that you were over here, and we figured that you would be able to give us some names, kind of like, rather than just pick a name on the phone book, we figured you would know somebody just because you're working on this and you deal with them, except you would have a list of maybe where to call for help, maybe where to, and arguing, and all of a sudden, I don't know, it was already over grilled cheese sandwich, and she goes running out of the house with Brianna, and comes here and says, meet me at the police station, we're gonna talk about it now. So what we did, so I came here, and then next thing you know, I was arrested. For what? She said I punched her with a closed fist. That's what she said. And then I was arrested, and they asked what had happened, and I said, yes, we definitely had an argument, you know what I mean? And how you did push her. More, you know, I don't want to start complaining, but she also put her hands on me and left a mark on my neck. And I was asked, I said, well, I didn't understand, like, this is, you know, there was no punching, no nothing. And I was told that if I wanted to, I could press charges, but Brianna, because Brianna, all of a sudden, both parents would have, you know, we just adopted her, so we had talked before that while we're arguing, that we don't want somebody taking Brianna from us. And so I said, no, I wasn't going to press charges. And then after, when, you know, the next day, I talked to her, she's like, well, I just said that because I felt pressure, the guy with a mustache. It's such a long story. I feel like, apparently he said something in her house about homosexuals, and her mother was very upset over it. The police officer? And I trust her mother. Yeah, she said from me and her mother, the homosexuals adopted, and I said, what would love to have her daughter? How could they give her to a couple? No, how could they give her to women? I'll never forget that, because we had been talking about, you know, pressing charges, but at the same time, we'll kind of help out here in the ambulance, and they want to. So anyway, Sam said that she didn't say, she said that she came in and she started to say that we were arguing, and he was leading her down the road with like a question like, did she hate you? She didn't even know she hated you, something like that. And so finally she said yes. And then after we went to court and she told the judge, no, that didn't happen. And we had an argument, and so the judge dismissed it, like, okay, you two, like, this is ridiculous. Well, after all that, the argument continued because the same problems were there. I felt And again, he's like, say something, I don't want to talk bad about me, you know, because I don't want to talk bad about her. You know, I love her. I don't want to talk bad about her because she's bringing a lot of hurtful stuff for me. You know? Love her, and I don't want to talk bad. There was some bad, but it was the majority of good things, you know? That's why I wanted to see if she can come back. I feel like I'm betraying her. I feel like I'm betraying her. I'm talking about her past stuff. And we agreed to feel we didn't move on to her. Throwing that past behind us. I feel like this is the worst thing I could do for her to talk bad. I do. Yeah. You know, it's terrible. God. Well, we always had, you know, some issues. And then she left in October. No. I can't ever. She yelled and she left. And I like that until I feel I get very anxious over it. You know what I mean? I don't like confrontation. I don't like the loudness. I don't like swearing. And that's what she was kind of brought up around, so that's all she knows. It's not that she's that person, but that personality. And it eats at me, and I feel like I can't even get out of his way. You know, I felt bullied. I did. And that's a mean word. I felt bullied. My house was around in me. I felt bullied. I did. I felt little. It was really swear to you. And all the swearing, it makes you feel really bad about yourself. And I felt like I just need to get away. I needed to get away. And so I finally was calling for her shots whenever she would get in my face. Finger pointed in my face about something. I would just back up, and finally I called, and hold on, once they came back, and some of these guys, and I went to get a restraining order. And when she found out, but she said, I told her right away that I wanted to get a restraining order, she flew in her van and passed me to her granny, and got there first. They put a restraining order on me. Now, mind you, nothing had happened that I was on, you know, I didn't do anything.
This is bizarre.
Nothing, I was holding Prima, you know, and it's, what was that? Early 90s. So, but I can honestly say it's not just I love him. I don't want to do this stuff. I love her. You know, it's mostly good. We all have bad stuff. You know? God, I feel terrible for saying things, you know, negative things about her. It's a difference. It's a big difference. She gets in conflict all the time with people. She has no idea. She just comes a corner on our crew was being on his face, and he had to go to, I think, 30 police, and there's, that's just from people who are different.
I think this would be appropriate for lunch, right?
Okay. Right. We'll take our lunch break. I have a few matters at 2:00. I expect that they will take no longer than a half an hour. So you'll get a bit longer of a lunch break today. If you could be back for 2:30.
Interesting. Her body language is interesting, but also what she's saying. Like, she goes straight into their drama. It's a little bit not what I would expect. A little bizarre. All right, Judge, we'll miss you. Love you. See you soon. So the good news is it didn't take us long to catch up, which was nice because I needed that extra little time this morning to lay in bed like a zombie and get my life together. And we're already caught up. But this, I mean, it's a little strange. Her reaction is, or her, I mean, I guess, like, you know, and I try not to judge stuff like this too much just because you can't really know how you would react in a certain situation. But I find it interesting that that this is not that she's anything like Thami, but the first thing that pops into my head is the stuff that Thami, when he was like talking bad about Sharon. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I'm about to put all y'all in timeout. I don't know. It's interesting. I'll be curious to see what else they have to say, and to see what the retired trooper has to say about it, and about what she observed, what she thought. So very, very interesting. All right. So it is 12:45. She reminds me of Murdoch going right into Paul's boating accident. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. It's just a strange, it's a strange reaction. That's all. Not what I would normally expect. All right, I'm going to take Lucy out. She's over there watching seagulls. Staring at the outside, longing to be in the sunlight. So I'm going to take her out and let her potty, and then we'll come back. We have because they're doing a longer lunch break today, we actually caught up pretty good time. So sorry. I would love to stop yawning, but I'm functioning on very little sleep. So I know some of y'all get mad when I yawn because it makes everybody else yawn, but I can't help it. All right. So can we submit some matters for His Honor to tend during the breaks as well? Yes. Yes. Sleep is important. I miss it. I miss it so bad. I miss it so bad. All right. I am going to take her out real quick, and then I'll come back. Also, the new episode of the podcast is out. And while we have a few minutes for the break, since we're following along with the Karen Reed stuff, I will tell y'all a little bit. I'll tell y'all a little bit about that, and we'll take a look at some of it. I've been working on the timeline. So we'll talk a little bit about that too. So are we ignoring Ivan asking for a friend? Are we ignoring Ivan? Is Ivan here? Hi, Ivan. Hold on, let me put my glasses. My eyes are, y'all, just so you know, I will probably be missing a lot of comments today. My eyes, where I've been working so much the last few days, are really blurry. So I'm wearing my glasses, which helps a little bit, but not enough. So I'm still, unless you tag me, I will probably miss your comments, because when you tag me, I can see it in orange. But if you don't tag me, I will probably miss it. And it's not because I don't love y'all just as much, but I am overworked and underslept, and my eyes are bad. He was right. He has always been right. He will always be right. Yep, we're ignoring him. Yep. All right, I'm going to take her out, and I will be right back, my friends. All right. Hello. 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 Oops. Hello. Oops. What is happening? What is happening? That is not. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. Entire screen. There we go. There we go. Getting my life together. All right, there we go. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. I guess we don't really need the screen on yet since they're not doing anything. We'll do it like this so we can see yard cam a little bit more. I don't know why, but yard cam was looking a little blurry. So I tried to move my laptop and get it adjusted and get it going. I don't know if you could tell, like I am literally like I am in pajamas. I am exhausted and I am really excited to lay down and hopefully get some rest when this is over. I was supposed to be doing the Murdoch stream tonight. However, trying to get the dream team together is like herding cats because of schedules. And then the new filing, you know, his new filing just came today. So I think we're going to, I'm still waiting. I think we're going to change that to next week instead. Plus, Dr. Kinsey and I are both going to be at CrimeCon this weekend. So I know he's getting ready for that. And there's so much going on. So I think we are going to, City Kitty said, herding cats. City Kitty, it's like you're calling, you hear the kitty. It's, I think, going to be next week instead. I believe. Mandy has a like a town hall type meeting thing today. And Dr. Kinsey's getting ready for CrimeCon. Tinsley just got back from vacation. The new documents are out. So I think we're going to move it by 1 week. So that way we all have time. Plus we still have sick mods. Hello, legitimate hearsay. Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Jimmy Lawson. Oh, did y'all have a chance to did any of y'all have a chance to listen to the podcast yet? The episode that came out this morning? I stayed up last night finishing it. I'm actually really proud of this one. I can give you like a little rundown. Let me pull up my timeline. We'll do that while we're waiting like the next 10 minutes for them to come back. I can give y'all kind of like a little hint into what it's about. Y'all know how I do my charts and my timelines and all that. So I put together, there's so much to this case. There's so much to this case. It's so complicated. So one of the things that like I'm in a couple of groups on Facebook where, true crime cases, like true crime groups or whatever. And then I'm in a couple specifically for this case. And I'd asked people, what is it about this case? I asked people who were really into it, like, what are your biggest, the biggest misconceptions about this case that you wish, could be cleared up? And then I asked people who don't know that much about it, but had heard about it, like, what is it that's keeping you from getting into it? And so I took all of that into consideration. And the main thing that people were saying that like they couldn't get into it or hadn't got into it yet is because there's so much to it and it's so complicated. So I've been trying to, my plan is to try to like break it down in a way that's not so overwhelming because there is so much to it. So I'm kind of like, last week was kind of like, you know, an introduction to it and kind of like an overview, like, you know, these are the things that are going to be, you know, coming up later, but just kind of like an overview. So this week, I decided the easiest way to try to break it down for everybody is to walk through the entire investigation. So this week I started with the first statements, like those first few weeks and, you know, months of those first statements that were used to build this case. And there are so many inconsistencies. So I walked through the timeline on these and pointed them out. And some of the stuff that was the most interesting to me when going through this was the reports that were done on these interviews. First of all, none of the interviews were recorded. Make that make sense. None of the interviews were recorded. You don't know what's important when you're talking to somebody yet, when you're in the beginning of an investigation. You have no idea. So why would you not record that? Look at how many trials we've watched where there was just some minute detail that ended up coming out when things come out later at, you know, like later on in the investigation. And then all of a sudden, like this one thing makes sense. Like, oh, I don't know, not being in the kennel. Like, what if these things aren't recorded? So it blows my mind. So, but not only are the interviews not recorded, but some of these reports that are submitted about their interviews are not submitted until months later. Make that make sense. So I walk through the stuff about like what's said into different reports. And let me tell y'all, Jen McCabe, she's a talker. Because she was there are more she talked to more people about it than anybody else. And because there were multiple, you know, law enforcement officers that were there in the beginning who took statements from her, plus, you know, 2 separate interviews later on with her. And her story changes. Not only that, their whole theory is based on a Karen doing, not Siri. Theory, not Siri. Go away. Every time I say THEORY, my phone thinks I'm saying SIRI. So there are like their entire their entire theory rests on Karen doing a 3-point turn and hitting him and running over him, right? Nobody, not one person saw her do a 3-point turn. As a matter of fact, the only documentation that she did a 3-point turn was based on, allegedly, on the interview that they did with her at her parents' house. And she said she thought she dropped him off and did a 3-point turn. But I'll be honest, she had a lot to drink. She shouldn't have been driving. I don't think she knows what she did. She was wrong in that same interview about having a glass in her hand when she left the bar. I think if she said she did a 3-point turn, she was wrong about that too. There are statements of people in the house who literally said they watched her drive away. And there's one of the statements that says, from Jen McCabe's husband, Matt, that says, I observed her drive away in the direction that her car was facing. Nothing about a three-point turn. The only other thing in those statements that says anything about a three-point turn is there's one statement that was filed later that says that Matt McCabe saw tire tracks that were consistent with a three-point turn. All right, sir. So you're telling me you looked out there and your vision was good enough that you could see tire tracks, but you couldn't see a dead body? Give me a break. Give me a break. So those are some of the things that I go through in this episode. I'm excited about this episode. It's a good one. Just nothing makes sense. Oh, and this is another thing. It's another huge thing. Lally, who I'm let me shut up. Lally, the assistant DA, Lally signed off on the statement of case, which is basically just a statement saying, like, this is the case that we have against Karen Reed. He did that in June of 2022. All of a sudden, in June of 2022, when he signs off on this and he has this statement, things change. All of a sudden, this, where there was a cracked taillight and they saw a cracked taillight, that cracked taillight is now all of a sudden shattered and missing pieces. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. And then there were other inconsistencies in the stories that I go over to about who was where and who said something about somebody being there and not being there. Jen McCabe says that John's body was laying on the grass and his phone was underneath him. How'd she know that? How'd she know that? If you see somebody laying down, how you know that? That's a very specific detail. There's not a lot of details in these reports, but that's one of the details. How'd she know that? And of all the things that would have been more important to include in that, why that? It makes no sense. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I talked to Turtle Boy yesterday, and I told him that I'm going to have him on, but I want to get a couple more episodes out to introduce our people that haven't heard of it into it more, because it's so complicated. I want everybody to get a little bit more familiar with it before we bring him on. There are also inconsistencies with the statements from whether or not they saw the car from inside the house. They saw the car move, but then all of a sudden it turns into, I looked out the window and it was gone. But then other statements, I saw it leave. And then here's another thing. Why did they, why was Fairview the first place that they went back thinking, oh, maybe he's there, when everybody else had left and nobody saw a body? So why would that be the first place they're like, oh, you know what? Let's start there. Even though I just pulled out of this driveway and I didn't see anything, supposedly. That's another one. One of the big ones that I'm going to get to is why his body temperature was in the 80s when he got to the hospital, yet he had been allegedly out in a blizzard all night, but we're going to get to that one later. I mean, there's so much. There's so much. Not to mention all of the mistakes. There's so many mistakes. Like, there's so many mistakes. And then I put in too, even though this was not a interview by the police, because, you know, God forbid they go find the witness. Karen's defense team and the FBI had both talked to Lucky, the plow driver, and Turtle Boy did a phone interview with him. But troopers didn't talk to him until last month. Make that make sense. He has that plow driving back and forth in front of that house the morning and the night in question. And they don't want to talk to him? Make that make sense. And when he did talk to Karen's private investigator and the FBI, he says he saw a Ford Edge in front of the house where John's body was, facing the opposite way of what they're saying that Karen's car was facing. And he specifically said Ford Edge, and they said it in the hearing that, oh, well, he just went out there and pointed to one and was like, oh, yeah, it was something like that. That's not what happened. He said it was a car that was like a Ford Edge or something like that. And then he walked out there and he said, he pointed to a Ford Edge. He was like, yeah, I like that one. The first interview that they actually recorded was not until they finally talked to Lucky last month. 21 months into their investigation. 21 months into their investigation. My thing is, let's say Karen did it. Let's say she hit him and she doesn't remember. The fact that they're changing statements and changing reports and changing words and changing information is going to create so much doubt that there's no way you could convict her anyway. If your theory is based on, because here's what they say. Let's forget the taillight, because that's going to be on next week's episode. And boy, you don't want to miss that one. How all this, like how they did a thorough enough investigation to find pieces of clear cocktail glass, but yet somehow missed a tennis shoe and big old pieces of a red tail light sticking in that snow. But we'll get to that part. But they can find clear pieces. Do you know how hard it is to find clear pieces of a cocktail glass? Like clear pieces of broken glass in the snow or in a yard? And they used just like a blower and melted enough of the snow to be able to look around here. They were able to find that, but yet somehow missed that's going to be next week's episode anyway. But aside from just that, their investigation relies on, or not their, no, because their investigation is ridiculous. Their theory relies on her doing a 3-point turn and then leaving him in the snow. But witness say no body and witness say no 3-point turn. So that alone is acquittal. It's crazy. It gets so much crazier. Y'all listen to it though, and let me know what you think. The problem is altering stuff like that is going to make anybody question it. So even if she was guilty, the fact that things have been altered, it's like, why would you? But the two biggest parts of their story are the 3-point turn and her leaving the body. And there's a witness that says nobody. He says, I absolutely, unequivocally would have seen a body in that yard going back and forth in front of it on that plow truck. He says, I absolutely would have seen it. And there was not a body there. So that's number one. And then number two is that she did a 3-point turn and hit him. And the witness inside the house said, nope, I saw her drive off in the direction that she was facing. Peter Steele, they just set the trial date for March. Yeah, they have records for how much snow fell that night, and I have the screenshots from the weather service thing saved in my thing, so that's going to be one of the things that we talk about too. But I'm glad that we have until March for the trial, because it's going to take that long to do each podcast episode, like to get everybody caught up on every single part of everything that's involved in it. It's nuts. It's nuts. I had planned on it, but there's so much that I planned on covering a lot more in just this episode, and then I ran out of time. So like the next week is going to be everything. It's going to pick up from where we left off with the statement. It's going to be like the searches and stuff like that, and then going to, Karen's parents' house and time discrepancies and stuff. It is crazy, y'all. It is crazy. Chrissy Bacon says, what happens at all these pre-trials do you have to include and alter the podcast? So I'm going to include those. The way I decided to do it, because there's so much information, is to kind of walk through everything from the beginning. There are things that I'm including that we know now that we didn't know then, only because I think it's important enough to note, certain things are important enough to note. But there are still certain things that have come out now that I haven't included yet, because it's the way that freaked me out. The way that we find stuff out. There are certain things that I was like, I would rather that be an addition later because of the way we found out than to include it now. But we're going to go over hearings and stuff like that.
A couple of things. One is just the schedule. I understand that in order to complete the video today, we would need to go over 4:30.
Judge, I'm looking at the time frame now, and we have 2 hours and 10 minutes left of this particular video.
Okay. So that's, by the time we're all set up, that's another 20 minutes. Is there some reason why we can't play that additional 20 minutes in the morning?
We can find a place to break, Your Honor, and be able to play the additional part in the morning. But I want to find a place in the transcript that makes sense, so it might be more 4:20, 4:25-ish, if that's okay.
That's fine. So one other thing before we bring the jury back. I realized as I was watching this video, and after I went and reviewed the video that I had reviewed, as well as the transcript, that my findings this morning about the defendant's waiver of Miranda rights were erroneous. I don't see anywhere where she actually was provided Miranda rights, at least on the video that I was given or the transcript that I was given. In my defense, on Friday when we broke, my understanding was that the only issue I needed to evaluate was voluntariness. And the only thing I needed to focus on was the video, and I can assure you I did. So I'm not sure where that came from. It's a little embarrassing. It's also curious that no one brought that up, neither party. It doesn't change my ultimate conclusion as to either voluntariness or whether there was a Miranda violation. Also, I think illustrates Attorney Sewell's point that this is pretty late in the day to file what is typically a pretrial motion, and one that a lot more time is, or on which a lot more time is spent. I have addressed it, but I'm treating it as an objection. I'm not sure if it makes much of a difference. Again, sort of extracting my erroneous findings concerning the Miranda warnings themselves, I still find that the interrogation was not custodial, and that's based on the video, which shows the location. It's an interview room. There's nothing, I think, coercive about that environment. Detective Whitney is dressed in plain clothes. The questioning was relatively informal. The circumstances were such that the defendant should have felt free to leave at any point or stop the questioning at any point. She wasn't arrested before, and she wasn't arrested before the interview began or at its conclusion. So I focused only on sort of the video, which I understood to be sort of the parameters that we'd all agreed upon. Given that this is an objection, you can feel free to raise it again, but I will tell you that so far, at least based on Trooper Whitney's testimony, my finding that this was not custodial has been somewhat bolstered by her testimony, specifically her testimony concerning the fact that the defendant was asked and agreed to come with her. It also makes sense that the interview would not have taken place at the house, which at that point was an active crime scene. And also, I thus far credit Trooper Whitney's testimony to the effect that she had very little knowledge about this case and wasn't viewing the defendant as a suspect. And I think that comes out again in the way that she conducted the questioning. So I'm overruling the objection as opposed to denying a motion to suppress, which I think has been is filed way too late. It's untimely, but again, I will treat this as an objection. I apologize for my erroneous findings, but I have again included that in my instruction on voluntariness. It also does not change my finding as to voluntariness, which was almost exclusively based on the defendant's sort of demeanor and the way in which she was questioned and responded to those questions.
I just make one statement, Your Honor, not in the way of rebuttal. I just want to state for the record that to the extent you're commenting on, or you made a statement about the motion being filed too late. Just for the record, it's our position that the defendant cannot waive constitutional rights in this way, and you're just.
I'm not. Again, you're not waiving your right to object based on her constitutional rights. It's just, I'm just not treating it, and I'm not sure there's a difference, quite frankly, but it's not happening the way a motion to suppress would happen, where we do it separately and the witnesses are called for that purpose and cross-examined for that purpose. I've overruled the objection based on Miranda. I understand it's a continuing objection. There's cross-examination that still needs to be done of Trooper Whitney. And if there's some other reason based on some other evidence you feel I should revisit that objection, I will, like any other objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
All right, please.
Re-entering.
May I continue to play this exhibit that we were playing before lunch?
You may.
Thank you. And for the record. Yes. No, I just realized the witness is not on the stand. I would just ask you the reason this.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I'm starting at 1853.
Yeah, it's temporary, it's pretty good. She gets in conflict all the time with people, you have no idea. He just brought a porter from their clothes and got in his face, and he had to go, I think, 30 police, and there's, it was such different people, their temper.
Brandi, what do you agree?
I think so. There's another family, Sarah family, she was told around about it, she was kind of laughing around, and said to me, like, what's up? I'm like, it was scary, it was really scary.
And her, was it
What?
her,
My,
her, was the one, beach you went there to visit?
oh, yeah,
And then you did a cruise.
yeah, it was in Miami, across, 4 days, and, but, yeah, and so, anyway, so when I started calling, when I started not putting up with the name calling and swearing and yelling, and this is going on for so long, my friends and my family are estranged from her, and, you know, they are working at it for me, because I asked them to, because she's managed to get into fights with all of them. She's screaming like, mother, oh my gosh, I'll never forget that at the holidays. She just, you know, she doesn't mean anything by it, it's just her, she just loud, and she's the kind of loud that gets in your face to get her point across, even though I like my mom and my car and my stepdad, didn't even want to come up at all when I said I'd get together. All my friends in the room want to talk to me, my closest friend, not my closest, but everyone else is coming around, so they're all trying to understand, you know, why I would go back, why I would let her come back. Just because, you know, my parents are divorced, you know, we did try everything. I don't want to, you know, be down the road and not knowing if maybe we tried counseling or therapy or church, you know, more to, like, just enjoy each other's differences and learn how to not do the trigger points, you know? And I don't know. don't even know what you asked me. My head is spinning. Well, so that was it, she got the restraining order against you in '09. And I think you there, yeah, she did, she asked me, I went first. Did she get a restraining order against you, did you get one on her? Yeah, and you know, they asked me, right, like, what's going on, and I honestly, like, I feel bullied, I feel like I'm constantly being yelled at, I feel like I don't have a personal space, she's always in my face and threatening me and saying mean things like, I'm not the one with a, who got arrested. I found that very hurtful because she even said to her mother, she even said to me, she even said to all her family and friends, she even said to the judge, it's not true. We argued. But just saying an argument to me, it eats me or hurts. It's very painful. The person that you trust so much, it makes me, it's just very hurtful. Mm-hmm. So my family and friends are like, what are you doing? And, it's been a slow process, but I don't want that questions, I definitely want to, I wanted to know for sure if we tried everything, we agreed, we tried everything, and it doesn't work, and that's okay, we did it, that's okay. But if all of a sudden we are one of those, smaller populations that it works, well then that's the only good. That was who I chose, I chose her, she chose me. We chose the arenas, like, and it was working, So we weren't arguing as much, over the stupid things, the mean, hurtful things, the mic thing, she likes the mic thing, well, she likes her saying, she's very non-trusting individual, I guess she doesn't trust her dad, but she says she doesn't. I guess her dad's money, her uncle's whole thing, that she was left by her, and just all this stuff that she's very non-trusting, very skeptical. Yeah. And, we're talking about so one of our disagreements is that is a very tight-knit person, like the person that she wants to be with all the time. Like you go to work and you come home and do everything together, because that's what she grew up with. Well, I grew up with, you go, you do your job, you come back to your family court, but you also maintain your hobbies, you run or take your friendships, and then isn't that way? Like, that's okay, but it was a big source of contention, which led also led to the divorce, the filing. Because I would want to get together with my friends, or my mom, even without me, and not see me, but, there's just certain things that I have to do, right? She took that personally, I think, She took it personally like I didn't want to be with her, and that's not the case at all. Right. And so since we got back, I have not gone out with my friends. Did you go back from vacation? No, since we got back together, I don't remember. We're busy, but I really need, a conscious effort. Okay, really bothers her, maybe I'll space it out. I am not together with him. And Mike, this is the first time I'm back together with Mike by myself. Since summer, maybe fall. I work with him. So he's just like me. He's sitting in there, she should be a girl. He really should. I love that. He's married. Straight. Okay. I don't like his parts, so it's not like that. Right. And it doesn't, I don't know, like last night, Mike said to me during the week, hey, why don't this hour show Sunday night with you and schedule with beers? We got beers with me? I'm like, yeah, because we're going to plan. I'm like, no, because he's still kind of funky. He goes, well, if I decide, maybe I'll come over. It's something he was saying, work, and I'm like, yeah, so because I did say anything, I'm like, yeah, no. And so I did not make plans, or we didn't make plans, but he kind of threw it out like, ha. But I didn't think anything about it. Well, sure enough, Sunday, after she leaves work, he shows up at the door with some beer. And I'm like, this is the best thing. So we were sitting down and around, chatting, and he called. And so I was learning the hard way that if you don't tell her right up front, she thinks you're doing something bad. It's totally funny. There's nothing wrong with it, nothing bad about it. I said right away, weeks here. And then That's all I said, and then the times that she was so mad. I don't trust you, you do things behind my back. I'm like, but it's Mike, you know, and she called, I'm like, oh my goodness, a lot, texts a lot, her texts are always like, oh my gosh, she texts me the worst things all the time, like, the evidence on your phone. That's one of the reasons why she's like, I don't trust you. I don't think that's my texting because I don't like to read stuff like that. And then I'm like, I'm not a techie. I just have to say so. I like to have a complaint, you know?
So you deleted everything off of it?
I always delete all my calls.
So now the time that she texted you last night, you deleted it?
Well, I don't think so because we were drinking, you know, a couple beers, I felt good. He left, I called in bed, and
What time did she get home?
well, she gets home in the morning.
What time did she get home?
8:30 maybe a little before.
Were you up?
Oh, yeah. Brianna gets up early.
What time Brianna goes in the morning?
7:30 maybe, 8:30. We were already up in the kitchen. Already in the kitchen and they get cereal, morning cereal. And I walked in.
And how did that go?
Quiet and super. I had grandma, said hi to her, you know, lovey. About 2 hours later, you know, we're sitting in the family room playing and she's telling me, you know, she must have gotten over herself because I learned if I don't bring it up, do a couple researches I learned not to bring it up. And she's fine. She told me about her night, her call, she had stabbing, she had cardiac arrest, you know, they saved him. I think she said she shot a firefighter. She gotta say, you just have to stop it now. They say this morning, you know, I have peace with her to me, you know. You know, we were talking, she ate coffee, she ordered another keto with a donut roll.
So she didn't go right to bed.
And getting around it, loud. She likes to play with her. She, and is a very loud person as far as like yelling, as far as throwing things.
Mm-hmm.
And Brianna,
Just as loud.
no, Brianna, and this is very upsetting to me, but more upsetting to Anne. It was very upset. In fact, she blamed me, but Brianna really got her. She, changing or washing or bath time. You know, and I think because there's been handled incidents where Anne has gotten upset, swearing and throwing things. Scares Brianna cries, comes around to me, so that's what she does.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that upsets Anne a lot.
But Anne's smart enough to know that if she changes her behavior, that Brianna would probably come to her.
She's not smart enough to know that. She's very smart. Anne is very smart. Anne's very smart. She's smart. She's her anger gets after her. She puts something in her mind and she just, no, she would say, if I were to say that, my fault. So I usually go through her, you know, I will say something to her. I will say something to her, so it's stubborn. She's so stubborn. Yes, me and you, this is kind of, sorry. The other night, she told me, she had a dog because she wants her dog. Chucky's my dog, even though we got her together, she wants a dog. They kept saying, that's one animal, right? The house is too big, too small, we back here every day, and I'm like, the girl uses for multiple times a day, from my hand lotion or the dog. we let the dog get Brianna, you know, the dog sleeps well. So I'm like, not only that, but we are just tight on money because with this force, you know, we both put out thousands and thousands of dollars.
You want to do the divorce?
Well, I filed, you know, didn't get a lawyer, and I didn't have her served, and I said to her, listen, I want to let you know, I filed this, every trans, I can't take all the arguments, I can't take, I feel like you're bullying me, I feel like you're saying mean things to me, I can't take it. I went down to the phone line, and I said, I need to be served because I want to go to mediation with you, you know, let's do something. She got angry, and then she filed like maybe a week later.
She filed for a divorce.
And then we served the very same day, like kind of, how dare you? And she's, I've told me numerous times that even now she has hard time trusting the very bottom because I left her. She still feels like I left her, even though, you know, I was desperate. We need a straws to get her to listen to me, that we need to talk to somebody, you know? And so I felt like I was digging at straws and everything. You know, it wasn't even until months after I found out about more financial stuff, and that was a fluke that I found out.
Yeah, you said she had credit cards in your name.
She took out like, I found out when she was away, because I got no fee and no.
When she was away in October?
No.
When she was away when?
She was at her birthday. She told me she was going down to Florida to her aunt's.
Yeah.
July 30th is her birthday. So that was in last year. She told me she was going. But I'm like, you know, so obviously I have to take time off with me. I'm like, I don't know. I don't need, you know, that's like, we'd already decided. We weren't even talking. We'd already filed. So we were talking about,
were you still living together?
oh yeah, yeah, she was me.
Okay.
And I really had no choice to leave. I asked her to create some space, but also my biggest thing was, money doesn't grow on trees, and you have to help me. I can't do it all by myself.
Right.
You know? And I didn't find out until after we already had our divorce for probably like a month maybe. And then she was, no, just a couple months. And then she said she was in Florida, and I went to her bag, I was in the garage, and so I found some bills in my name with like $25,000 loan, and she took money out of my retirement fund at work. Using the Social Security number, they have her recorded line. She did with the Social Security number online. She cleaned up Brianna's savings account. It was both our names, the joint names, and she took out the cash advance there, but she did all Brianna's money. And she and always said that. I think she likes his friend.
What did she buy?
It's a big purse that loves jewelry. She loves expensive things like I think she told me that her glasses were $600 is what she told me.
What glass? She wears glasses.
Like I can't. I was never around to do that. Growing up, so I can't fathom. I don't understand that. I just don't.
So we're talking, how much money did she wipe out of Brianna's statement?
It was only a couple $100, but it's principal. He's a child. And so we didn't have a Social Security number yet from Brianna yet. So we opened the joint in both of our names. Well, because it was in both of our names, she was able to take it. And then
another retirement fund,
and she did that online.
And how much did she take?
I caught it. It was like a couple $1,000. I happened to catch it because I like pocket stuff, so I happened to see that a couple $1,000 was taken out. And I called them, they said, oh yeah, you did it over the phone. I'm like, no, I didn't. And it turns out, Ian had called to take a cash advance on hers again. And when she found out, so she told me anyways, she found out that she didn't have any more money. Yeah, they said, wait a minute, there's another Rintala 2 months. And she said, yes, I do. I can't remember all my stuff. And they gave her access and they sent the check. Well, when I confronted her on that, she said, oh yeah, a check came, but I'm not sure for who. Oh, and so she said that we sent it back.
We sent it back to the return. You did? Yes. You found the check? She said she received the check, because I told her, I told her, like, Dan, this is what's going on. Money was taken out. They said it was me. Do you have any idea? They could have checked, they sent it here. And then I didn't find out the whole story. Did you see the check? Yes. Did you send it back? You sent the check back. And then you said there was another account. The United Bank, when she opened her account, she said she put my name on it. Mm-hmm. But I never signed it because I didn't know, so I didn't have to try. I'm not doing anything with her, just because there's no, so for whatever reason, I went on the account. She changed things and she came to my bank and she put my name on it. I didn't know, and I've been fined. Bank fraud looked into it all, because that's how she got a $25,000 loan, using my social security number, and they sent it to the bank. They sent it to her account. They went to her $25,000, and it was gone. What'd you do with it? This is what she says, because I didn't find out how long it was until last summer. I got an old my lawyer, like, what the hell is going on? And my lawyer did most of the phone calls. But she said that she paid off a college loan. Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't even know her in college, right? Anyway, so I had a choice. I could press charges on all of them. I have to release, waive all my rights and press charges on her. Mm-hmm. And she's guilty. Mm-hmm. And it was going to be something big because it involved banks and Social Security. And they said it was ID theft. Mm-hmm. And so I talked to, all my friends, my mom, my family, and basically the hardliner said press charges. And my lawyer said basically if I press charges and she goes to jail. Now what does Brianna do? Brianna's want my mom in jail. Can't do that. Brianna won't do that. Mm-hmm. What do that for? I could have had locked in at her. I said, well, what does that do? What does that do? Doesn't do anything. That would do nothing. I'm locking in. She makes bad choices. But you know what? I've forgiven them. I don't forget them. But I've forgiven them. Because, it took her a long time to tell me. She never told her lawyer. So that was a big hassle because at this point we were deciding, who was going to pay what bill again. We agreed right away to pay the monthly bill on that one. On which one? The $25,000? What was the monthly bill and what was the payment on that one? It's still there. I paid it $409. $409. She said, no. And the car, she had such bad credit that she couldn't get the car loan. Mm-hmm. So I did that. But they paid when it hit both of us, because he ended up bad credit. Mm-hmm. So they could only remind me. Mm-hmm. So, which is fine, I'm not gonna be necessary because she goes from a Jeep to a Charger. I talked her to a Taurus once and she'll never let me put that down because she thought it was the crappiest of all cars. I like it, it's affordable. Good big car. And she has a Honda top of the line, that is huge. It's over $600 a month. Who pays that? Well, yes, because it's her car. But if she's short, I have to because it's in my name. Right. But it's, I work a lot and I do. I'm very fortunate in it. For my car? Yeah. For my car? Yeah. For 500 something. Okay, I only got one month. I'm so upset. So, I don't know the answer to the money. I know she has to go.
Bizarre.
I know that because my mom, William D. The lawyer, no, it's just, she's an alcoholic. Even when she said, see what she's bought, $25,000, you don't understand, man. She, her family or her. You understand that? What do you spend $25,000 on? She said that you pay off school. And you believe it? You don't understand him. And is a master, and others were actually the lawyers. And is a master manipulator. And you see this? What you want? I want to take a couple of and come back. Like even now, like she moved down. I found out that she told me her cousins, their family were buying stuff for her apartment. But mind you, it's not the apartment. She chose one that, she thought she would enjoy. Of course, it was very expensive. I found out later, she told me later, as she said she wanted to come back. I'm like, I said, I've done a lot of thinking, and I said, no, but I was angry, I was stubborn, I said no, and that's why I want you to leave. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I guess therapy is probably not the best way to teach somebody a lesson. About that, all the stuff in her apartment, she this Carla girl, her ex, I guess they had said, even though it said they're better friends than relationships, but they had a relationship like 10 years ago, but she's her cousin's cousin, so they all grew up together, you know what I mean? And I just said right from the get-go, geez, you don't think you want to be with me. Same thing with whole divorce. You don't want to be with me, do you? He goes, you want to be with somebody else? I understand, that's cool. But this is, you have to, we can't be doing things behind my back. I found out the hard way that all the stuff that she had, and I'm pretty sure, all the stuff what? That she bought, she gave her a black card. Then when we were on a black card, I guess that's what she called it, black card, I don't know. The whole card? Black card. It's a credit card. I don't know. Carla gave her a credit card. Yeah. She called it something funny, like a black card or a gold card. And she said it was like only the rich and the rich get it. So I don't know. I'm not sure it was. I think she said money. Well, when we were down in her house, come to find out, it slipped out that she was never at her house on her birthday. Where was she? I don't know. 71, I think. She gambled? Yeah, her family does. You know what I mean? But he gets done. They like that. You know what I mean? Sorry. I don't want to keep my money. I don't like it. I think Anne gambled the $25,000 away. No, she told me it was at school. I understand what she told you. I'm asking you what you think. Living with Anne, I love her. I took her. I told her I would take her at her word. And so I just put it in my head that it's gone. It's in my name, salary paid, and paying for it. And she struggles every week for because she has a lot of overhead. Bills are coming, creditors are coming. They're all on my phone lately. What are the bills that she owes? She's not that forthcoming. I don't know why. Lawyer told me to keep Equifax, so I check my credit all the time. 2 credit cards popped up there this last month that I don't think I have. I just put in the dispute form. How much have they for? Well, it says they're closed or small balance, but I don't think I ever had them. So now I'm kind of like, well, I'm very, that made me feel really upset. Like, that's all I have. You know what she does, but you don't want to. I don't want to. It's painful because I chose to marry her, We did. For me, commitment is commitment, but she pushed, long story. She bought herself this ring, like, she deals with, jewelry exchange. She goes over to jewelry all the time, and she says that she knows them from growing up, the corner or whatever she calls it. And she'll change necklaces, or or her neighbor, the one that has the girl. There's a girl on it, the little girl. I don't work good enough, so she would have bought this monster rock. She doesn't tell me how much it costs because I don't want them to say, hey, what do you think it is? How much you think? I'm like, I honestly don't want to know. Because I get it. I just know I'm not like that. I'm not a flashy thing. Don't get me wrong. I like my necklace. I like one pair of earrings. I like one watch. I like my wear, Well, I wear a lot because I forget, or I just got pulled into a dumpster because it's weather and got hung up with some metal at the fire, so it's like, I don't know what I do, but not at work because it tears into me. I mean, I think I've got scars here, but it tears into me, like when you're handling, like, the valves and everything. And so I don't know, I see.
So you had a typical night, and she didn't say anything more about that yesterday. She said you were fighting all night.
We were texting. She did about 4 texts, and I could barely get one done. Yeah. Then she walked right over you. I have no idea. She's kind of upset. She is, there's a part of her that's really hard, but that ends up making up for it. When she wants to be, she is so charming, so thoughtful. What you want, I know she's tired. She chooses her overnight. I know she's tired. I know she's irritable. She's really having a hard time because I asked her, even though.
Well, you're back with it, right?
I know.
Yeah, with her.
I know. Her therapist said the same thing, at the end of.
So she comes back in October? November?
I remember. Yeah, I remember this like story. Somebody can be like, I feel at times, and it's gonna be bad word. I'll be emotional. I really feel like I got to be emotional a lot, but like, I'm finding cars because she has the money. I didn't find out later because she had credit. She filed bankruptcy, but she has cash. She told me she was going to get a dog. And first she wanted one type, and then she wanted another. And Buddy me, like, she won't just ask like once or twice there. And I gave her the same 3 reasons. And then, well, we can't afford another dog. We had a dog, we had a special diet, because she's a diabetic, we provide that food. She's a lab. We have 0 alpha. We have it's constantly running around. We have to vacuum every single day. It's a small house. We can't afford one needle. We just can't. We had to, and it didn't work. It was just too much. And I said, no, we're just to show the house with animals. You know what I mean? It was just like, it's so hard, because I feel like, well, I'm that guy for saying no. So she was saying, Brianna, we're going to get a puppy, and I'm just like, oh, please, you can't say that to a 2-year-old, So I went to work one night, it was an overnight. She drove when she was in the parking lot. She didn't call me, bugging me all day long about it. Call me, and I got to work, and I just didn't answer the phone, because if there's an emergency, call the house phone. Brianna's sick, or you're sick, call the house phone. But I'm not going to keep my captain looking at me, and my crew members are kind of like, all right, what's up with this one? Got the more issues going on, because constantly texting, constantly accepting phone calls. She stopped counting, like, after 36 phone calls. 36. And the last text, she texts me all the stuff, it's like the highway, and the last text is she's getting the dog. So I called her out in Nancy in Florida. We talked for probably 45 minutes. And then if you can't tell Ian we talked, because Ian will feel that it's like a denial, betray trust, like I've been her family. But Nancy just basically like, that's what she does. She just aggravates, you love her to death, but that's what she does. And so Nancy basically told me just to don't say anything more about it, just be quiet about it and see what happens. And so I did. I didn't answer phone calls. She called the house phone a couple times. He's like having them kind of look at me like, you know, what's going on? He's calling on a recorded line. She's out there in the parking lot with, you know, your kid. Because I think, personally, that she put money in the dog and I think she was supposed to pick it up. Like, that's my thought. Did she want money from you? She didn't ask me for money. You know, it's funny because the last couple of weeks she's so short. I don't pay for her in school because she couldn't have enough money, so I paid for we were paying every other week. But the thing, you know, like trying to help her out, I don't mind. If I have a problem, we're gonna go and spend some money on a dog that, you know, we both are on board for, you know. It's very frustrating, you know, and I can't share this stuff with my friends or my mom or with my family because they're just like, listen, you need your bed, you go to therapy, go to church, and we have it. Therapy, which was great. Oh, I like being at home money. Sessions we had paid for anyways, long and short. So she 36 times out on my text, so I got home the next day, and she had been at home that night, so she must have slept. She was so tired and tired. I don't know what was going on. Anyway, I was talking, you know, and then I get home and I go right to bed because, you know, there's 6 in the morning. I think she was in the mood more so than anything. She came out after like an hour in the city sleep, you know. She reads news constantly on a BlackBerry, constantly. She's a news junkie. And she goes, do you mind if I go look at the puppy? I'm like, no, go right ahead. I'm like, all right, you're just gonna exactly what I told me to do. An hour later, she goes, you didn't get the puppy, did you? I'm like, no. She goes, start in the garage, I'm gonna go get it. I'm like, okay, didn't say anything. Another hour goes by. And then, or maybe 2 hours, and then she was kind of talking that I wasn't feeling the fire. And I think guilty of feeling the fire just because I was, you know, normal, like it's not different tap, but you say your point, I'm gonna repeat my point. You know, so it just goes back and forth, but nobody's listening. Like, yeah, they're hearing me, yeah. So doing what I said, I did nothing. But she goes, yeah, I'm gonna really get the dog because, you know, we have a few on board. But honestly, I thought she did things like, she did the dog because she texted me, you know, whatever she did. Recently. Really? Yeah. I stopped counting after 36 with all my phone things. They were buying the house phones and text. Mike is just like, that, I love it, you know, and she went home and my friend thinks so. My diagnosis, she won't give a diagnosis. She doesn't know doctors. She knows, how old is she? What's her age? 37, 38. 38. What year was she born? 22. See, I love her, you know, it's just, I love her, maybe she's, like I said, she's a small heart, she's, you know, what did Mike say about last night when she was texting you, madly? He goes, you never said you have to answer. And I know I answer every single time, and every time she texts me back, her text gets mean, you know, pointed. What do you mean? If I was like, please relax, I love you. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm like for 9 years. What time did I get there? After him left. Like we had to be like probably like midnight-ish. I know, and I know Anna called earlier to tell me about a call she did, and then she said she called her the child, and called at 2 a.m. And then once she got the call, she said she wanted to talk to me on the call. At 2 a.m., the tree bear hit me. I was done. I never heard my phone on vibrate. You know, I don't leave them loud. At night, you don't. I want to wake up around. I don't want to be woken up. The fire department calls all the time to call back. But they call my cell phone. They call all hours of the night, so I can't have it. You know, if I want to sleep, I can't have it on. Right. And then this morning she was quiet. But after a couple hours, same thing, but just let her on. Said she kind of got over herself, you know. We told her about the calls. She even made us lunch today. What did she make you for lunch? Potato chicken for Brianna. With chicken dino, chicken tenders. Yeah, that's all they're not. We call them dinos, but I think these are for food. Well, do you have them too? I always have them. Broccoli. Broccoli? Yeah, well. Okay. Is that what you do? Try to force feed Brianna, who's not eating. She doesn't look like she's starving by any means. She's not. She's a professional scholar. Well, what happened when it's that time? She'll pull out some hungry card. You know, I feel bad. I pull out. Yeah, I won't put her in bed or in her room. What should she find? Yeah, we. So what, is that what happened today? We were at the table, painted today, we did a lot. After we were, would you paint? This girl. Girl, out there just, color books, not color books, paint pads, paint paper, special, you know the right ones? Paper. So they're clear and when you put water to them, they appear? No, like the regular paint, like the washable paint. Washable, just regular paint. The paint, like the paint that was in your solar? Was it common book? No, it's paint, you know, you have to. Yeah. Little round things? Yeah, well, yeah, we have watercolors, yes, thank you. We have a lot of them. We've got numbers. We have Tinkerbells.
This is so bizarre. This is so bizarre.
The guy who eats carrots. Yeah, no, that's our celery. Wonder Pets or something. You got me. Yeah, she's a very busy kid. She does picnics. She packs her lunch in her bag. She goes through all the cupboards, the pantry, the Tupperware, all the stuff she's constantly picking up, putting in her bag. So you'll find pancake mix in the living room, or you'll find, chili in her room, because she's constantly having picnics with all her stuffed animals in her room. What do we ever do with stuffed animals? Awesome. Yeah. So what did you do after you painted? Well, this morning. We painted after lunch.
Man.
After lunch, I'm trying to think, we did the cards, we our learning cards there, leapfrog. And you put there like 2 or 3 year-olds, like they asked you to look at the monkey, what's the monkey doing, what's he brushing his teeth, what's he holding, so we do those. You don't understand her attention span is like a minute, 2 minutes. We have done like 1,000 things, and she's running. Hide and seek. We're playing hide and seek. That's what we did right after, but they got upset. Why? Because we were yelling. And after she took the bag on chicken out, she went to the bedroom to try and rest, because there's no rest. She's hanging out with us and around in her room. So she's gonna go, pop some dino chicken, go lay down. Because Brianna normally goes down, so that's fine, if you want. We're 10 to now. Oh, she has school, she goes down 12:30 to 2:30 on time. At home, or anywhere between 12:30 and 3 to go down, because, this depends on what you're doing or where you are, but today, we went to her room. We were in her room at 12:30, putting a diaper on. She was rambunctious, jumping off her bed, jumping on the bed. Can't get her to stop. Jumping on the bed. I'm probably part of the problem because I don't enforce it. I do, but I'm weak willy. Because I'm always like, if you ask me enough times, eventually I say yes. So probably, that was the first time. And look what happened. Look what happened. She turned around and didn't feel it. That's you, man. I don't know that. I saved myself a lot of problems, for the years. But I'm weak, you ask me enough times, I give in, and I know it's not good, but, So anyway, I don't even know. I don't know what time I went in there. After lunch, we had a bench playing hide and seek, running around, or full. Packed her bag, she packed her bag up. What bag did she pack? Oh, her little lunch bag, she always came and stuff, and she brings it. Leaves it in the office, leaves it in her room, the bathroom. She pretends she parks it, like a car. Some school. They all her, set the animals up, and in her room, oh my gosh, it's funny paper plates up, everybody gets a plate. Everybody gets snappy. It's not just 2 or 3, it's like 15. The little Lanny gets one, little Bunny gets one, you know what I mean? So it's a process, and, you know, she's mixing juices and more coffees, and, was that irritating, Ann? She was just asleep. Ann's a very late sleeper. So, it's a rainy day, you know, I already said earlier, you know what I mean? You want to go to the mall or something? Grandma's growing. Short socks are all teeny socks. Her socks are all like mid-foot. You know what I mean? Most of her socks in there, any longer socks. My brother just went down to Florida. We thought maybe we'd go back down to Florida, so we need some shirts. So all this jumping, and yelling my name, so I head in. She's like, can you just go to the mall or whatever? You know, and I'm like, oh, you know, trying to be sweet. Oh, it's fun, honey. You know, kind of being wise, you know. What's wrong, you know, you can't sleep, you know, ha, because she's jumping. I know she can't sleep. Grandma's jumping on the floor. You know, the fire department, you guys should sleep at night. We work today morning, and she's right, you know. A lot of times we haven't made any at the fire department. I work 4 nights in a row. And I couldn't do that, you know. So, you know, we have Brianna, we packed her bag, we changed her clothes, which I already had her in. Brandy's trying to take it out. Oh, we might as well change, you know. She ran in. So, yeah. She got me in some more time. We're still sitting around as always. So what'd you do? Oh, you know, it's like stupid, like, you know, like, you like stealing, or like, all right, you know. I don't even know. It's not nice, you know, not what they want. So difficult. Not really, you know, if she was, all I do is accept, you know. And I can be stubborn too, like, whatever, you know what I mean? You know? That's all I can think of, you know? You know, salary, care, you know? If you realize I can't say, you know, love you, if you love you, nothing. She left. Yeah. Where'd you go? First up, on her stairs. On stairs. Where are they? I don't know, I'm another person every day at work. Right down forward. Right there, forward. Right, you go down forward, then reading center. Forward, yeah, under and the yellow brown light. Did you get out of the car? No. Look at it, Brianna's into music, so we listened to her Easter CD. I think I counted it, I don't know, 8 times. She still didn't sing. But she can't sing what she's singing. don't think. At least he seems softly, because she's into that, starting to get the little me thing and, and saying what she's saying.
Alright, so then where do you go from along here, it's cows?
Sometimes I'm like, alright, we might as well go, and she's outgoing her. Like, really, during the hours. So we got her to like, do whatever we're training them, that's put together.
You bought that today?
In Florida, we got that. In Florida, we done here, Target. So I'm like, okay, well, should I try, like, so a lot of times we would Target. And so now we just need to just lay down, and just ride up and down the aisles, kill some time.
Is that what you did?
Yeah.
So you went to Target?
Yeah, well, that was our plan. Okay, we go to Target, and we get all the way there, and now I'm like, shoot, it's getting too late. Where are we gonna get her? She needs socks, and I promised her that we would get a treat toy. There's no Toys R Us, no Toys R Us out there, so.
Where'd you go?
Well, we normally go to the Target up in Hadley, so we just take Route 21, and then from there, we head down to it too. So we got down to 21, it's so long, my gosh, it's gonna take forever. So we're like, let's just go to the mall. We go to the mall, we went right down, and.
How did you go to the mall? What way did you go?
21 to, XLSN 202.
So you went to Julio's mall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we did a circle, like a couple circles that were right, trying to time it right. She's hungry. We had a whole bunch of snacks in the car. Nemo's, granola bar, O's. So trying to figure out, because it was, if she eats 3, 4, she's not gonna eat supper or something. Do we set the big line and get her stuff for lunch tomorrow? Do we go to the Williams Mall like I said we were going to? So, went to the big line, decided down, did the order thing, went to the mall, went to the stores.
What stores did you go to?
Children's Place. Walking the whole way, walk and everything, and of course, yeah. This is, yeah. Which gas store? I don't know, which one. For you? Oh, no, for her. For the gas? Yeah. Try to find socks, that are,
Do you go to Target anymore?
No, they don't have, they're like free at Target. They don't have one, they're like free at Target and whatever. They all have straps on the tires.
So you can't ride it.
Hadley is not like that.
So did you buy anything at Gap?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she has socks.
Do you remember what time that was?
I mean, it was in the afternoons, approaching supper time.
Which is?
Well, for me, my belly, I think he is.
Yeah. For her belly?
Well, I gave in at your snacks, so she was not hungry. She didn't get a cranky hungry till on the way back. And I even, I pulled her in, as I said, one of my messages. A lot of times, she's trying to convince me that when Graham's really hungry, it's 0 to 60 versus coming home and making something. So I decided, all right, well, mac and cheese. Burger King makes mac and cheese. What do they do? Oh, yeah. Kids meal, mac and cheese, white milk, and you have to specifically ask for their apples. They can have, they can eat french fries, which have to hide, like, they were in the back of the truck. One with the rolls and cheese, she knows. So, but they microwave it, so it's hot. So it got stirring, and
Where did you get what Burger King?
33, Memorial Drive.
Do you know where it is? In Chicopee.
Yeah. But we got through the Memorial. I know the Burger King TV. Yeah. Very, almost Cochrane-Rintala. And it is, 45 students. Oh, okay, so that's, yeah, that one's fairly new. Yeah. She doesn't, I thought it was her, we didn't do McDonald's. I thought we would wing it, so we cut down the back way, go to McDonald's, pull in, and she's like, I can't go in, turn off. She doesn't want burger, she doesn't want chicken nuggets. Got chicken for lunch. That's what we were starting. What McDonald's did you go to? So right there in the middle, like, if you go the back way from the mall, you know, you got the mall, and you go by, for Providence. Yeah. Pops you out to Route 5. Got to go and you left. So you came right, and McDonald's is right there. They got a big place center. Big place. So you don't take a left, like going back to Providence, you take a right, going to West Springtown? No, take a left. Take a left. Come back, Providence. No, you pop out between Providence and Kmart. Oh, okay. You possibly do that. You know, you take a left when you go back to, take a left when you go back to Kmart? Yeah. Okay. And that McDonald's is right there. Yeah. Did you go to the drive-thru or McDonald's? No, we pulled in and we're stuffing. What do you want? Don't want mac and cheese. So, go in. Went home, and then I go Route 5, and take a right that's what we did. So we're driving now, we haven't got grocery shopping yet. Oh, we go to why, because it's more expensive than Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop is the only carrier of Bachman's and Bachman's. They're called cinnamon rights. They're bundles in the yellow bag. Nobody will carry them. When I say nobody, I mean nobody. I check it around. And they just buy them, 2, 3, 4 at a time. So that's why we went to Stop and Shop. We got Stop and Shop. And she's so hungry. Where's Stop and Shop in Horseshoe? You go Lincoln Street? Okay. Well, we go Route 5. Yeah. And we take a right. On that, do one way, go down, and left in the school street, and then if you go quick left, right to it, it's right there. So it's Lincoln Street. Oh. So we got in there and went for a water cheese. Now, started to get cranky again, so we ate banana. Feel that she ate it, we went on. We got grocery supper tomorrow, we were shooting juice. Do you remember what time that was? I usually debit cards for everything. I'll probably find out. Never cash. Very rarely have cash. Okay. So you went to Stop and Shop? Yeah. And Ricky. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then we were heading home. And she's like beside herself and can't been able to leave. We've been texting, we've been calling. I went from, hey, how you doing, to getting mad, like, okay, you're mad at me, I'm like, what's up, get over, call us back, to being a little, anxious, what's going on? I'm not the person who calls, being anxious, she's the one who calls me, you know what I mean? She will text me, 100 times, you know what I mean? If she's wondering what I'm doing, or, well, I'm feeling not that way, because, she said, well, I'm on her home, when we get back, but, it's getting late, she has to work. She loves Red Robin, she works in the hotel, I'm like, come meet us at Red Robin. This was even before, while we're at the mall, meet us at Red Robin, they love it. Come on, always get her coupons for Red Robin, you know what I mean? She's a huge Red Robin fan. And that one, I'm with her. Didn't hear back from her. So I was holding out, okay, we're gonna go eat, Red Robin, but we didn't hold back for her. I'm like, okay, well, I don't need to eat. She'll work tonight, And then, Peggy was one off, and Brandi is just crazy. She's absolutely crazy. So we were heading back home, and she's now really starting, she's not going to hold it down. So when we go home, the road that is going to Gravy on, I don't know, take away on 33, Burger
Did she use the car?
hot, too hot. She's, you know, so I hear him trying to drive, and next thing up, she had a couple lights. Came home, went to the road, and it was still in the car hot. It was hot. Well,
She didn't fall asleep this whole time?
they don't understand Brianna. She doesn't.
No.
No. I'm like, she thinks she's gonna do something. At school, she was in early intervention, and then she goes, she's in preschool. And she's probably gone a total of 40 times. She's slept 3 maybe 4. Teachers say that they had to keep telling her she's quiet. If she wakes, she sings. She wakes up all the other kids. She's done. I'm the worst one to do because I'm like started at 7:30. And I so bad, like, you know, but I'm like take an hour back.
Thank you, Erin.
Very slow, methodical, and she wants a snack. Like 30 and she goes to bed, but she sleeps completely through, you know, 9 hours.
Happy anniversary.
So, what time do you think you got home? After mac and cheese, what did you do? You were driving, were you driving home? You got
She
home?
said after the mac and cheese.
So you pull into the driveway, what do you do?
Went to the garage.
Do you open it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, then what?
Close the door. Pick Brianna up, and she's wiggly and giggly and walk into the house, you know, like, where's my mom? Hello, I'm Margo. And that's when everything all of a sudden just, that's you know. Door open.
How much was the door open?
Not that much. It wasn't shut. It was probably open this much. So I thought she was waiting for us. You know, she came home, got my messages, got my texts. You know?
Did you save those on your phone or did you delete them?
I'm like, no, I delete when I go to bed. I delete some when I go to bed. So now I'm sure they're on there. I usually, you know, when I go to bed, it's like a ritual thing. On the work
What?
I noticed that on
All right, so you go in the door.
push the door open and it hits the other door. The basement door, because two of them can't open. And it didn't shut it, but you know, it opened it up, we're not open, like, you know, we're smuggling in. It didn't shut all the way. So we're on the market waiting for the Apollo, and we're all ready to bed, but Greece is missing her, you know, where is she, oh? And she was in there. The shop was like, okay. So we came on the kitchen, Marco, and somebody said, downstairs, because Anne's, you know, she's usually downstairs, she gets ready, we have all of our uniforms. And all mine are just easier, you know.
What was she leaving when you left?
Oh,
What was she leaving when you left? What was she wearing when you left?
I want to say jammies. I mean, like, usually, they never wears jeans. Bigger they, no, she's going out, Always sweatshirt. Household dancer, just sweats. Most likely sweats.
You don't remember what she was wearing when you left?
Okay, tell you, she only wears jeans when she leaves the house, so it's sweats. She always wears sweats.
So does she typically come home and what does she do?
Walks right downstairs. You know, takes off all the work stuff. So washes up, you know, face and hands and goes into her drawer and puts on like sweats and a t-shirt.
So the clothes are down there that she would wear?
If she wore them the day before and they weren't dirty, she laid them on. Like, you know what I mean? So they might have been, I don't know. At that point,
I don't know.
So I think we have to go downstairs, change your clothes.
So, sure, like we should have time to come up naked because you don't have anything that's clean down there. And you just come up naked and we go, get your stuff, but we didn't go over workshops on the patient because we're running out of terms and stuff. And
Right.
so that we could go down there, we start to go over stuff there. We had it all set up, you know, really nice.
Okay. So you go downstairs.
Well, I went downstairs.
You went downstairs with Brianna.
Okay. Well,
You didn't bring Brianna.
no. So,
What'd you do?
we came to the kitchen, you know, really hard to go. And we just, you know, I went downstairs. I walked around, the door was open. Well, you know, maybe too much, and I could see a foot. Lying face down. Just a foot. And so I freaked out, like, I see red on the carpet. I think I threw the foot. I turned around, and Bree's like, Mama down there? And I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to scream. I wanted to run down there. I didn't want to freak Grandma out. I didn't know. So I ran, and I was very across the front, and the neighbor's window, you know, and you got there, they threw Grandma, and called something wrong. And I running back to the house.
What would you do?
I ran down the stairs. And I know I tripped. Like, well, I don't even know. Like, I think I named it on her. And then I named it on her feet or her legs. You know, really. Like, he was shot out. Her back, he was like, I don't even know. And I'm like, I was screaming.
What did you say?
She was lame. She was lame. Really?
She lay on her belly. What else did you say?
I wanted to turn her over, you know. I don't know.
Did you turn her over?
I did.
Yeah.
This is the attitude I want to get, you know, it's cold.
What time did you leave?
She was cold.
What time did you leave the house? Do you remember?
Afternoon.
What do you think happened? What do you think happened?
You know, that's just it.
What do you think? What do you think?
You know that like picture like what was there, you know what I mean? There was a vacuum cleaner. No,
Or is the bathroom meeting usually kept?
they come on the stairs, they stay everywhere.
Where's the bathroom down your stairs? Where, left or right?
Straight in, right in front of the dog food.
Right in front of the dog food?
Right in front of the dog food. Right there, above the stairs, you know, they stand there, that's where we leave them.
And that's what you tripped over, you think?
I put it later down.
You leave?
Yeah, and at the bottom, there's a little one at the bottom, I think I landed on it, it was by her feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure. Do I take a break for a minute?
No,
Want a glass of water?
No, but okay. I feel it, I'm very upset.
Oh, have you seen you very upset? There's no doubt in my mind.
I feel like you're pointing your questions at me like I had something to do with it. And well,
Well, I don't think I pointed my question at all like that. I'm asking you what you saw, but you're the last one that saw it online. I know. You're the one that said that, you know, it's kind of been tumultuous. You're the one that said that you've been fighting all night and all day. Well, I'm not fighting. Like, you know, I'm like, so come sit over here. What do you think? No. So, you're the last one that saw her. You're the one that called 911. No, I didn't. Well, you had 911. Yeah. Earlier that this fight, that you had a fight before, but not like today's fight. So I just don't know. What do you mean not like today's fight? That's what you said, not like this. You said, you know, we had a fight before, I think the time with the grilled cheese, but not like today's fight. Oh yeah, no, the grilled cheese was, I guess, before, right, that was before there. You know, we don't fight like that at all anymore. We don't fight like that at all anymore. You know, ours is more, we agree, you say your point, and then you agree to disagree or ask for a timeout. You know, that's. Well, I don't think she subscribes to those rules, from what you've told me. So she's got to ask for timeout tonight, because I feel like, I know I like, because she'll take timeout, like it's not fair when she puts the timeout in. So I feel like I was like, in further, you know, and then, so I'm not good at getting time. I'm not as good at getting, you know, timeouts like she has been, you know, but no, we don't. As far as like arguing, it's not crazy the way it used to be. Before there was no end. Now it's kind of like, okay, you feel your way, you feel your way, and you put yourself in the other person's shoes, and you're supposed to, you know what I mean, like, experience what they would be experiencing. So being upset, you know, before I'd be like, you're upset, you'll get over it. But now, you know what I mean, it's kind of like, all right, you're upset, and I should recognize you're upset, and I can do all my power to explain to you why you should be upset. But I also, you know, don't want to stop like having a life, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So it's quite different now. Yeah, like, well, it's kind of stop you from having a life. I've chosen that. There you have, that's not her. That's not her. She didn't do that to me. I'm doing it. I need to learn more how to handle how she would feel. You know what I mean? Because she works through a lot of stuff inside. She gets very upset. You know what I mean? She gets very upset if I go out. And she doesn't know how to calm herself, I think. So she needs a constant reinforcement. You know what I mean? And so it has to involve me learning how to give her some reassurance, you know what I mean? But at the same time, holding strong to like what I want to do. You know what I mean? I'm not doing anything bad, not by any means, you know? Not like that at all. But, you know, before I would be like, okay, you deal with it, it's your problem. Now I'm like this therapy that doesn't help our communication. So we've gotten a lot better, you know? So now I let her rattle off. And I'll come back with, you know, something not as, you know what I mean, heightened, but more just level tone and try to explain, you know. So it is quite good. And then she calms down on her own. See, that's the whole point. That's completely different. This time around with her after therapy. Before she would calm down, probably because I gave in. But now she calms down on her own. So whether she realizes that I'm not backing down from my decision or that it's not getting anywhere. I don't know what it is, but so when you go downstairs, so we have the clothes that you were wearing, correct? And there was blood on those clothes? I don't know. You don't know, okay. Did you washed your shoes? Do you remember how you washed your shoes? Before, I got in place, I got up, and I realized she's face down, and I wanted to turn her over, so I took a step, and I slipped. The paint down there. Where did the paint come from? Where did I give her that paint? Right, so she's lying on the floor. I'll just draw a little stick figure.
Here's the paint.
These are her legs. And she's lying face down. These are the stairs, right? right? Where's the vacuum cleaner? I'm leaving on it, I think here, we're on the floor.
So you put the vacuum cleaner somewhere in here? And then what side of her did you go on? You went over to this side?
Yeah.
And how did you try to turn her? How did you turn her?
I did. I tried to turn her with her arm, and then I couldn't because it was so cold. So then I got her leg to try to turn her over, and it didn't work. So then I tried this side to pull her this way, and it didn't work. And so then I sat here, and I turned her over, and so I was sitting here, and my legs were under. My legs were straight out, and she was laying on me like this. And then,
How did you get up from under her?
oh, I couldn't. Those guys helped me. The officers picked the body up for God. God. Oh, that's hard. Oh gosh. My head is fall off. Oh. So, okay, I had to figure out pull my feet, clog, so it was clogged, it slid off, one slid off, the other slid off.
Where was the pain? Do you remember?
We had all the things, now I get back and extra on the board. Like a suicide. So, yeah, I don't know.
How did the pain get open, do you know?
No.
She doesn't know how it got open either, the paint.
All over her back?
When I
4-year-old or older?
no, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. It was looking, no. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what it was. I was there and I can't, I'm crying, I'm like, serious. It happened so fast, you know, I didn't think, like I know, I didn't talk, like, what I heard about, like, oh, it's, I don't know.
What time would she get ready for work?
I think he was going early or something or not.
Was she going in early?
They discussed each other and
What time did you, where's her phone?
they should say that. When I walked in, somebody was in bed, was in bed.
Her phone's in her bed?
Who was in our bed?
Okay. So, you think, why would she have been down cellar?
And the laundry empty, maybe she was gonna go vacuum, I don't know, Bree wasn't there, maybe she was planning, I don't know,
Why would you have the paint down, you think?
I don't know.
You don't know. So, after,
I shouldn't say that, huh? She's been asking me to paint the ceiling in the kitchen before Bree's birthday. But I can't see her doing that. I don't see her doing that.
was that ceiling paint?
Yeah,
It was pink, wasn't it?
yeah, they do that on purpose. Because when you paint it on, you see where you hit. When it dries, the paint goes away.
When it dries, the paint goes away. See,
Yeah,
it's
covers on. Yeah, that's it. Let me know that there's 2 spots in the kitchen, so looking her. She's been asking me to get done before Brandon's birthday, but it's not till May. You know, birthday's not till end of May. So, well, let's say, what time did she work tonight? Was she supposed to work tonight? She normally goes in at short shift, AP, AA. Well, what time would she get ready? It all depends on if she already has an arrangement to go in early, or if you show up early and you get the other person to leave, she makes overtime. So that's what she did last night. Somebody's calling her early, and she said she couldn't, or she would if she could, or she'll try and get there like half hour, 45 minutes early, see if anybody leaves, because then that she winds up making another half hour. Well, if you do that over the whole shift, I mean, you have 4 or 5 hours of overtime right there for the whole week.
Mm-hmm.
They all text each other like crazy, like the whole office.
So your memory is that, or you think she was wearing sweats when you left?
I know she wasn't wearing jeans, because she doesn't wear jeans unless she's leaving the house. She always wears pajamas or sweats.
What are pajamas?
Like hospital pants. Pajamas or sweats.
Are those what she wears to work? Wears to work now?
No, we wear, dark blues.
Oh, okay.
You know, the pocket down side, yes. Our uniform, they're all hanging, you know what I mean? Right.
I didn't see that. Did she have a t-shirt on? Does she usually wear a t-shirt?
She wears a t-shirt during the day, she's very warm-blooded.
So there wouldn't be, why would she just have a bra on, you know?
Maybe she, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she's going out to do laundry, maybe, I don't know. Maybe she had them on, I don't know. I thought she had one on.
Had what on? I don't know.
So she had a t-shirt on.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. So, again, so now we go back to the question is, would someone hurt her?
I can't see that. I mean, I can't see that. I mean, she gets in arguments all the time with people, all the time.
See, now she goes back to insulting her. Isn't that?
She's just a very thick-headed person, you know, she says what she means, what she feels, you know, and some people take offense. You know?
What do you think?
So interesting. The way she talks about her. And the way she...
I want to say, like, if I had to guess, he said, she fell down the stairs, 3 guys. She tried on the stupid shoes, they are shoes all the way down there. And the shoes, all her shoes, they leave them on the stairs to the side. You got jackets hanging constantly, you know, flip on the light, it's accident didn't even happen. We're talking about changing it, that's like, constantly, you know, you need to like,
But it really doesn't make any sense though, if she fell down the stairs and she would be where she is.
I don't know.
They need some WD-40.
Did you get any water or anything? We're like really drained, really upset. And so, everybody's family, you know, they're very patient for everything. You know, and everything that they're asking me to do, you know, I haven't had any support. You know, it's very hard. And it's starting to feel like I'm putting a finger point to that. I mean, I just put some support. It comes a lot to it, you know. So maybe, yeah. I feel like I'm burning out. You know, I wish, yeah.
Maybe you don't know anybody that's been angry with her or anything like that?
She always has sex at work, always.
it has been amazing, honestly. Like starting late and then skipping. I have loved this.
I can't see him doing that. For what? So she was saying, who would be angry with her? Who would want to hurt her? I can't see that. Do you know who he is? You know who he is, yes. He's called. What's his last name? Nicholson. Well, he's got money problem too. What kind of relationship do they have? Writing each other up, trying to inspire, because he has stupid things to deserve. Because recently they got into a big argument about, they hate each other, they honest to God hate each other. He won't even work with her, he won't even talk to her, right? She walks down, I don't know, there's over a work call, I'm sure. You don't know what it is? I want to say it was a work call, I can't remember the specifics, but I remember Ian telling me it was over a work call, they disagreed in. Like, you know,
Yeah, it has been great.
At the hospital, one they getting fired, and that was the most recent. Oh, yeah. She worked in the whole community. Some of the people that you go to pick up on animals are really scary. It's never no one like, Springfield's bad too, but you just don't be in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know? What about his money problems? What do you know about that? For me, and registering with them, Nancy gave his gambling problems, always sleeping. I always got a couple kids. They get a lot over him. So. Probably made you really think? No, I can't see that. She never mentioned that. She never said anything like that. Never, no. She didn't talk much about her gambling, did she? But you know that she gambled? Well, you because every chance before we ran, every chance she could, she wanted to put on the meeting. She spent a lot of money and, like, you know, it's funny, like, it's, she, you know, it's still like, it's money, so we have a fun, we said we have it. So I know she does, scratch tickets and stuff like that, but. Other than this blowout with Congress, and she didn't read anymore to what the argument was about. It was a work call. It was just a work. It was a call that I'm seeing. What she said, you know. You have the hospital got involved. Oh, yeah. And try to go to the supervisor and everything. And I'm going to walk it up. He just came back for 10 minutes. No one could find him, but even, you know, another job. We're so tired. We're so tired. I don't fire. But he asked, you know where he was again for a couple weeks until I was there, you know. There's a small group that works with him, you know. He worked out the way of the hospital. You know, they use the old fire station on South Street. Okay. They usually do it partners. They have been in the past, but not now. Mm-hmm. She says he doesn't even look her way. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you ever mention anything, any problems with him as far as the gambling? I mean, she talked to you about the gambling, but what did she say about it? Him? Yeah. If that he owes a lot of money, he's really into the gambling, like numbers, or how much you say that. He says, you know, she said he owes a lot of people money, like thousands of dollars, and was asking people to loan him money. You know, he asked her. She didn't say. She didn't say that. You have anything to drink? No. Then it's just like, no, you know, okay. Do you know anything about him? You know? He's a lot of things. Interesting. No, he's nice. He's very smooth. You know, he's like a lady. I mean, like that. Did you ever see him fight at all? No, they were like up in Hood, right? It was more related. It was more work related. It was all they did together. Yeah. They had different opinions, they had some. When things just escalated and work at I don't see him at work. I mean, very, very rare when he's from Hood, so we generally almost never work with him, like, because Brianna and all, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anybody else even think of? Who she would, like, invite with, any conversations with, she's so confrontational, you're saying? Yeah, well, she's, well, it just has, but nobody, she's mentioned, but I just, the cruise thing kind of, kind of got really upset over it. I just, like, I didn't know what to do, and so, she just is strong, very strong. She comes on my own, mostly. She really has. It takes her all the time to calm down, and then she'll see, and then she comes back, she always comes back and apologizes, just sorry for saying, that, sorry for that, she always does that, And so she said she doesn't mean to say it, she just, over, she's just, whatever, the argument was about, it's not done many things, fixing with my family. Really not, they just, they want to stuff.
That's their construction. I have to check. I'm like, is that here or there?
We work so much. Probably think no big deal. It's just a dog, And I think it's really ridiculous. It was, and she got over it, That was me learning just, at the meeting and not to call her on it. Not call her on it, because it's it's not, it's just more, I'm more of the, she tries to get me to, I think, this is what she thinks maybe. She tries to probe me into it, says something to get me, to hook me, to say something back. You know what I mean? To continue it. And then, oh my gosh, what it's used since December, really. It's more biting my tongue. And it's not that I get angry over it, but it's just kind of okay, let's just try something different. Here's the little conflict. We still don't, well, we had to take it anyway because we went on break, but we were supposed to call her up and tell another one, yeah. How long we go? Once a week. We went to the break, when did you stop calling? We started. We went to the break in Florida. It turned out to be almost 2 full weeks. And then, we couldn't have gone. Because it was right there. Who was the conflict there? I want to say maybe that I know I know that. Where she located or something. Where she was in a building or where she's, it's just a building. by the police station. Alcohol, I know you are on the so on, since she came back and the reality story. There's no water, I mean. She's just working. There's no chance that they're just being on the other side more, rather than just on your side and feel your side, and, you know.
I think this would be an appropriate place to stop for the day.
Thank you. Right, members of the jury, we are going to conclude for the day. Once again, please don't discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Please refrain from any outside research or investigation. Please avoid any contact with any of the participants in this matter, and also avoid any media account concerning this case. And we will see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Oh, one other thing.
I missed you.
I think we provide you with water, but feel free to bring some other type of beverage, such as a caffeinated beverage.
He's calling us thirsty.
You can bring that into the courthouse and into the courtroom. You can't bring food, but you can bring a different kind of beverage if you'd like. All right.
He's like, y'all thirsty. He just said, y'all thirsty. You might want to bring some water. Y'all are thirsty. That's what I heard. He called us out. He's like, hey, jurors, y'all thirsty. Bring something to drink. Who sent him a screenshot of our screen? In the future, that's what he said. In the future, y'all might want to. That's hilarious. He's not wrong. Yeah. That's so funny.
Okay. Anything before we break?
Just a witness lineup for tomorrow, and then I just want to make sure in terms of scheduling that the Commonwealth thinks that any possibility they're going to rest before 3 or 4 o'clock on Thursday, then we have to do some finagling with our witnesses to try to get them here. I know it's hard for them to say, but I just don't want to lose a day.
He's considerate.
If we can figure that out, I'd love to be able to figure that out, Judge, and make those arrangements.
Well, I can ask them for their best estimate, but.
No, I understand they can't. I'm just saying I don't want to waste a whole day if we can avoid it.
Well, I'm going to let you confer with one another about that. But in terms of the lineup tomorrow.
So tomorrow, Your Honor, we have approximately another combined 1 hour. So there's another hour of videotape to watch. It's a little bit more direct. I have no idea the length or the scope of the
1 question.
Detective Lieutenant Robert Whitney. But we do have retired Lieutenant Christopher Ray on deck for tomorrow. He went around securing surveillance footage. And if we get beyond that, we're still trying to figure out which witness we may have on deck. That'll be like a midday call between Lieutenant Whitney and Lieutenant Ray. I think that'll at least get us to the lunch break. And we will have witnesses available if we get further than that.
Very good.
We just figure out which witnesses, because we have 40 books, and I just want to be able to bring the right ones.
We'll communicate that this evening.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Daddy Fresh. Did y'all notice at the end of the credits yesterday, I had his picture on there? Ah, so funny. Where are you going? Where are you going? Come back. Come back. Come back. Talk to us. His last name is Flannery.
I contacted him about this.
And that's just 29.
You just sent us straight into that. All right. Look at him. Look at him. So that's all we got for today. Flannel me down, Flannery. No wonder he's saying, hey, y'all might want to bring something to drink. You thirsty heifers. And by you thirsty heifers, I mean us thirsty heifers. So funny. So funny. I'm all talk. I just like to look. Today was lovely. I appreciate y'all letting me get my extra couple hours this morning. That was much, much needed after a very busy couple of days. So I appreciate that. We might start doing that more often. I'm not saying like every day, but it was kind of nice having that extra time in the morning, especially after staying up so late again. And then can you just leave this picture? We'll just do a 24-hour stream of just this picture and we can all chat about it. I'm just joking, mods. Mods are like, no, don't make us do that. So tomorrow is We Love the Judge Wednesday. So everybody bring your Judge Kim. Judge Kim is gonna like, I'm just gonna be like this big in the corner. It'll be like Lucy, Yard Cam, Judge Cam, and then like me just like this big in the corner. And I think that would be perfect. I was about to say, then I don't even have to put on makeup. I don't put on makeup anyway. Like this is, I literally straight out of the shower, wet hair, no makeup. So I don't even know why I was like, oh yeah, if we do that, I don't even have to get ready. I don't get ready anyway. I'm sitting here in pajamas, no makeup. And I did brush my hair today though. So, but I actually get more compliments on my hair when I don't brush it. I got a compliment on the hair the other day and I was like, thank you. I haven't brushed it in 3 days. That's awesome. Thanks. Thanks. Let's see how many subs we are at because we are moving on up. We are at 9,664, which is pretty cool. We are moving right along, or 65, 9,660. 4, 5. So we are moving right along. We are going to be at 10K in no time. It jumped a good bit. I mean, we've had more than 1,000 in the last 4 weeks, which is pretty awesome. So, very cool. All right. We have, the podcast up now on YouTube if you like to listen to it on YouTube. And we have it also on like Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all of that. If you haven't listened to it, please listen to it. I'm really proud of it. I'm really excited about it. It's something that I've put a lot of work into. And when I was trying to figure out how I wanted to do it, I was like, I wanted to try to make the kind of podcast that I love listening to. One of my friends is listening to it and she's mad because she wants to binge the whole thing. So she basically just wants me to work morning, noon, and night to make her like, make her life easier so she can binge it. But I'm really proud of it. So y'all listen, let me know what you think. It's a pretty wild ride. Am I able to advertise my podcast on Karen Reed? Advertise it? Yeah. I haven't. I mean, there's ads on it, but I haven't done any kind of promotions for it. But it just with word of mouth, it's done great so far, which is awesome. So, but the best way that y'all can help with it is just to share it and tell your friends, because that, you know, the more people that hear about it, the better. And then you know what though, like really I'm doing this because I'm selfish, because really like it's just such a wild case and I love our group and I want to get all of y'all involved in it so that y'all know how wild it is too, and then we can all talk about it. So but yeah, I haven't done that. But I haven't even thought about it really. But that's probably a good idea. See, this is why I need y'all. These aren't things I thought about. I'm just like, hey, everybody tell a friend. But yeah, those things make sense. All right, so tomorrow we are going to do 9 Eastern, because that's when they're going to be in court. And I'm very sad because tomorrow is going to be amazing and we're going to have so much fun. But I am sad because we won't have court on, well, they'll have court. We won't be here on Thursday or Friday because I'll be at CrimeCon. So I will miss you terribly. I wish that we could still have chat going so everybody could watch it together, but without like hosting, then it's just copyright. So we can't, but yes, Joel's going to be there. Actually, I need to text him back because I'm glad you said something about that. Yes, he's going to be there. There's a lot of people. Y'all, I'm kind of excited. I need to make a note of that. Because I'm supposed to meet. And I'm going early to, they're doing like a kickoff party. It's going to be the first time they're doing a kickoff party. So I'm going to the kickoff party and I'm going early because I'm going to have dinner with some true crime friends, which is kind of cool. Where can you watch it Thursday and Friday? I know that Law and Crime will be streaming it, but I know that their chat is not how ours is. So let me see if I don't know if anybody else that's streaming it that I would trust to send our people to. Long crap. Yeah, Law and Crime chat. That ain't the neighborhood you want to be hanging out in. Those people are not nice. Oh, that's a good idea, Lisa Wilmot. I wonder if we could screen share in 13th Discord. That's a good idea. Long crap. Yeah. They're awful. Maybe in Discord. That's a good idea. Maybe in Discord. Because I know that RA will be streaming, but I know he's not doing this one. So of course, you know, to kind of jump mid-trial, especially to leave our boyfriend, you know, Judge Frank. You know, none of us want to do that, but maybe Discord. We'll have our mods are like the bosses of the world and are fantastic. So maybe we can talk to them and they can, I don't know anything about Discord. I don't know how to, I've gotten on it a few times and like, I did send messages to the wrong group. Yeah, I mean, RA is streaming, so y'all, you know, but he's not going to be streaming this. He's doing a different trial. So, just to keep up with this trial while I'm gone, is not going to be, you know, I don't know. We'll figure it out. If, I mean, worst comes to worst, then, you know, if y'all want to watch, with, oh, he's Verdict Watch. Should have sent him some more eyebrows. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to stream this one, you know, while I'm gone, I just doubt that he's going to want to jump into one and then, you know, unless he just wants to do it during Verdict Watch. But if not, then, you know, we can figure it out. We got tomorrow, and then it'll be Thursday and Friday. Otherwise, I can wait until Monday, and then we just play catch up during the breaks and stuff the way that we did. So we'll see. All right, so that is it for today. If you have not, we can watch when I come back. Yeah, if y'all want to do that, we can watch when I come back, because otherwise I'm going to miss the 2 days. So, I mean, if y'all want to, we can do that. It'll take us, I mean, today we started 2 hours late and we caught up, you know, before lunch. So we won't be, you know, it wouldn't be too hard for us to catch up. So we can do that if y'all want to do that. We'll wait until, oh, look at y'all. Y'all are the sweetest thing. Everybody's like, I don't mind waiting. We'll do this together. We'll do this together as a family. We can do that. Then we'll just catch up on Monday and we'll do it in the 1.25 speed, except for when Roz is up. And when Roz is up, we'll do it in regular time, because she already talks in 1.25 or 1.5 speed. And then we'll just get caught up on Monday. And then that way we'll, you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. We'll miss our boyfriend all weekend. I will try to do at least like some posting and stuff like that from Crime Con and stuff like that while I'm gone too. So it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. And it'll be cool to like see, there's so many people that I talk to in the true crime world that, you know, I literally talk to almost every day who I've never met in person. And now, you know, I'm going to meet them in person, which is really kind of cool. So very fun. All right. So this is it for today. Everybody kiss your boyfriend goodbye. Tell him we'll see him in the morning. Tomorrow we will start at 9 a.m. and we will hang out, spend the day together. If you have not listened to the podcast yet, please, please, please do it. And if you haven't, if you haven't rated, given it a rating or a review or whatever, those help so much too. So if you could do that, I'm really excited about it. And I am excited to know what y'all think, because I love when we are able to like look at complicated stuff and bounce ideas off of people, like, you know, in our group, whatever. So I'm excited for everybody to kind of get, you know, everybody who doesn't already know about it to get more familiar with it, so we can all talk about it more and stuff like that as we're watching it kind of unfold. There's another hearing in December. So we, you know, we have a lot to cover between now and then. So much fun. Amanda Davis said, please go to bed at a decent time. I'm going to bed early tonight. I'm already in pajamas. I am not working for the rest of the night. I am literally, and this is the first time I've done this and I don't even know how long, I am about to go lay in my bed and watch something that is not about true crime or murder. Or if it is, it's not going to be something I have to work on with it. So I'm really excited about that. To have a few hours of just relaxing. It'll be incredible. But yes, I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Y'all are the absolute best. Round of applause for our fantastic mods. They are like, I literally could not even function without them. I am, oh, I love Peaky Blinders. Love Peaky Blinders. I love Armand so much. All right, everybody tell Frank good night, and we'll see him bright and early in the morning when we're all, you know, fresh and fresh morning, fresh look on life, fresh shower. All right, y'all, I appreciate you. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all bright and early in the morning.